that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, it's a rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go hard in this audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow. I'm gonna make it. No, me off the top, no way. I came and carved my name. I gave my life into my place, earned everything that I claimed. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose and find the go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, I get it, they love my whole steady. They got so listen, told you this ain't hypothetical.
Today, I'm going to be joined by Kannata. We know that you are quite literally the only player to make it to every single grand finals. I think we know what kind of Kannata we want to see walking into globals. Like, let's be honest, okay? It's not going to be a global championship if you're not there, man. Do you think that there's any additional pressure that like you ever feel yourself facing directly, because it's like everybody expects me to just be there in a finals?
I'm not even thinking about qualifying because that's already guaranteed. It's impossible with the team I have now as well that we don't qual to grants. Like, there's no pressure on there. And to be honest, there's not really any pressure going into grants because now we're fully on con. We're in a good spot on the map. We have our game plan, like, you know, so we just have to follow that and just play with it. There's not really anything like to be nervous about, you know?
You've got Rapid and Bolts with you, and just like how do you feel as like a member of this trio again, like with those two by your side?
I think I'm more confident now because I have been playing with Bolts for the whole year. Like, I know how he is as a player. I know who he is. Like, I live with him as well. Like, and Rapid, like, genuinely, we got 6th place, not playing a single scrim in the first grants. Like, now we're literally playing every single session. We haven't been out of the top 5 on the leaderboard in the sessions. So I think now it's the best time for us to win. And I genuinely do think like this land call is going to be easy.
What in this season do you think is going to be like the recipe for success? Or like, is there anything in particular in this comp meta that you think really bodes well with your playstyle?
I think it's not even my playstyle because the thing with me, like, I'm just going to do my role, you know, for my trio. We know this meta really well and we've been grinding scrims, and I would say like our mid game is really good. Like, we always make every end game, and in the grand finals, if you make basically 12 end games, like the chance of you top 3 in that grants is like 99%, you know?
Do you think that Surge was like your big hiccup from like the last major?
Us landing bottom right like hopeful, not pulling the zone, didn't allow us to survive Surge, right? Like, there was a game we had like 8 eliminations or something, and we were still below.
Is that a big part of the reason why we're seeing that shift from your team over to Crime City?
We wanted to go Foxy starting, but to be honest, Crime has better loot than Foxy. The only problem is that there's no shrines around Crime. There's like 2, but they're pretty far. So it's kind of like unlucky that happened, but Crime, we've been learning it. We've been trying to get people to trade with us there as well. So definitely that will allow us to also be able to like have a chance to win, you know?
I love to hear that, because you are definitely someone who has kind of garnered a ton of respect, both from other players in the competitive side of things and then just obviously the community as a whole. Kannata, thank you so much for your time, and
thank you.
Best of luck in Major 3.
Bet. Sounds good. Thank you.
True kings don't obsess over score. I'm here cause I know where I go. I got my eyes on the field, got my eyes on the ball, can't stop. I'm scared of the taste, I can't stop. 'Cause I need the fire. Fight for the flame until I'm there. Fight the rise to my team.
Welcome everyone to the FNCS. Today, day 2 of the NA Grand Finals. After today, 6 games here that were already set up after yesterday. We will know not only who holds the Blade of Champions high, but also who qualifies and represents NAC in the FNCS Global Championships. Oh my gosh, all that to play for and so much more. Analysts, get in here. Oh my gosh, day number 2 Grand Finals. Kelly, we got here so fast. It was so fast.
I know it's been such a long journey, but it does feel like we got here within just a few days. Just a few weeks ago, we had players going in through the play-ins and then we had group stages, but now, Vivid, it is all about the grand finals. We have one winner, but 2 teams are going to be qualifying to the global championships. All is on the line right now, and I can't wait to get started.
From major to major, we keep talking about all of this suspense, right? Leading up into the end of the year. That's pretty much what all of these players play for throughout. And now it's only 6 games before their fate is decided. Will they be going to what they all want? It's the only thing they care about, that in-person event in Leon. Oh my gosh, they gotta be nervous. And I'm a little bit nervous too.
Bro, right? It's like, oh yeah, in most situations you're thinking, yeah, let's go ahead and get as close to first, let's get a bunch of money. No, we want to qualify, right? It doesn't matter about anything else. If we can make it to Leon, we know we will have done what we came here to do. My gosh. So what happened? What got us here? Let's take a look at those standings. Remember, 6 games kind of set the stage coming into today. And if we look right at the top, Ritual, Cold, Peterbot still lead the way, especially given all of those solo clutch performances by each member on that trio to be starting day 2 with 440 points. Oh my God, Kelly.
I mean, to me, it looks like history is repeating itself. We saw in Major 2 that Peterbot's trio was 50 points ahead of second place after day number 1. In fact, if you look at those stats from day 1 Major 2, they have the exact same average placement of 4.83 that they do after day 1 yesterday. And honestly, with how strong they've been being able to make it to every end game, the amount of eliminations that they're able to get, Vivid, the story of the rivalry between Peterbot and Pollo might be reaching its conclusion.
I know, right? That's what we've been leading up to, that, right? The whole entire season, then, the whole off-spawn thing, and then it didn't even happen. And right now it seemed like there's a sizable lead. That is it really worth, talking about that fight anymore? And you want to know something, Kelly? I think it's very worth it. For me personally today, I'm going to talk about Acorn, Pollo, and Agers yesterday. Those first 2 games, absolutely incredible stuff. So much so that we saw a social post. Resub went out and said, he was like, oh my gosh, are we about to see them win 12 out of 12? And then quickly after that, potentially a little bit of a caster curse returning from Reese right there.
Thanks,
They
Reese.
went down in game number 3 very, very quickly. Game number 4, in the middle of that game, they went down again. And it was just like, oh my gosh, we were all just like, wow, we thought we were going to have a 2-horse race throughout the entirety of this FNCS, right? And then game number 3 and game number 4 happened. How did that happen? Games 1 and games 2 looked so good. And of course, they bounced back in games number 5 and 6. They did well. They kept themselves in contention. They're sitting 4th on the leaderboard right now. But Kelly, those games 5 and game 6, I didn't like them. It didn't look like they were right. It didn't look like they were the trio that we saw in games number 1 and 2. And honestly, justifying it myself, being an ex-professional player, I was like, well, mentally, they're probably chalked, right? This is like, wow, this FNCS is absolutely gone. We gotta fight Peterbot in these little rat spots. He's hiding around corners and everything like that. Like, the FNCS has done it, and so much so, not to mention, we're blessed, by the way, right? We got Aussie Antics. He's down there in the mix of things. He's in the Dignitas house where Acorn, of course, lives, and he got a chance to do a little interview with Acorn right after the games ended yesterday. And he was like, what's going on, Acorn? Like, how are you feeling throughout the day? And he was like, listen, after game number 4, I just wanted to land on Peterbot. Like, that's all he wanted to do. And to me, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, right? I was just kind of just justifying that mentally speaking. It didn't really look like they were in it in games number 5 and 6. And that kind of backs that up for me. It's like, how are you thinking about returning to fighting one of the best trios in the game when there's still so much to play for, right? You're kind of not worrying about your own game plan. You're worrying about landing on somebody else. So for me, Kelly, all I want to see today is a nice, clean mental reset. I want those games 1 and game 2 Acorn, Polio, and Aegis back. And I think at the end of today, we're going to have a 2-horse race.
It's really interesting, the dichotomy that we saw from their emotions impacting their gameplay throughout day 1, where I think there was a little bit of overconfidence after games 1 and 2, where they kind of made some, I don't want to say rookie mistakes, but they were just misplaying in games 3 and 4. And then we saw what emotions impacted them in that way negatively. But they are so smart. They are so locked in. I think that being in this dig house and being the experienced players that they are, they understand that they had to reset and come into day 2 strong.
I want to double back to you, Vivid, really fast. So I saw that clip, right? And Acorn said something that stood out to me. And he was like, look, you know, we're playing to win, and they're playing dirty. Do you feel like that's the case? So, like, in my opinion, and you know what? And if I'm wrong, feel free to let me know I'm wrong. But the fact that all of these trios are kind of doing these things to try and win competitions, right? Like, they have a strategy. And we saw this same kind of thing happen in EU. If you have a strategy in mind, you should expect a trio to be like, oh, we know they're going to go there. We know they're going to loot here. They usually hit this place. They stop there. We can try and catch them off guard. And that's what happened. Now, of course, in the moment, Acorn's upset. He's frustrated. I get it. That's passion, baby. But do you think that that's right, that Peterbot's playing dirty? Or maybe is Peterbot trying to play to win?
No, I don't think that specific play is dirty at all, right? They went ahead and bought a view. They know how they played that specific island spawn. They went ahead and played around it, and they picked up some great eliminations of it. To me, I think that's clean play for them. But you want to talk about clean play, Kelly? Why don't we go ahead and talk about the eliminations from Agers, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at the elimination leaderboard from day number 1. No surprise, we see Peterbot at the top right there, but Agers, you know, in second place. They're actually tied. 19 eliminations to 19 eliminations. Now, Kelly, we know Peterbot played out 6 games yesterday. I just talked about how games 3 and 4, they were not so good for Acorn, Agers, and Polio. They went down early. So you're telling me right now that Agers is tied in eliminations with Peterbot after effectively only playing 4 games? This is why I'm excited, right? If this trio plays 6 games out today, I feel like they could really give a run for this FNCS win.
I will say, I think part of the answer is actually on the screen right now, where we can see Cold, Peterbot's teammate, is with 17 eliminations in 4th place right now. So I think when we look at a trio as a whole, Peterbot's trio with Cold and even Ritual are able to all provide eliminations, whereas Agers was kind of carrying the team a little bit yesterday. But so many incredible teams that we have to talk about, Zeke. There is just so much that we have to go over in so little time before we get into game number 1 of the day.
I know, there's just so many things to discuss. First, though, why don't we go hang out with our casters? You know them, you love them. It's Monster D-Face and Jacob PR.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about, a lot to look forward to today, Jacob. We've had a wonderful start to the tournament, but now things are really going to turn up.
Yeah, I had one wish. I had one wish going into this FNCS. I did not want a blowout, and so far, I think I've been gifted it. I thought a 4-horse race going into this, and now it's looking like the top 8. Everybody have a chance to win, and it just goes to show one mistake, Monster, one bad game could cost you it all.
Or one good ambush from someone like Peterbot, who clearly has shown he's willing to take tournaments into his own hands to win and take home the trophy. I really just want to see, has anyone on NA taken note? Have they decided, hey, you know what? Why not give him some of his own medicine? Because to me, Jacob, that's the real question.
No, it definitely is a 53-point lead. When the start of the day, it was Agers, Polio, and Acorn that did have that lead. Other teams kind of making their name known. Kannata is in the mix, Rise, G-Money, and Aviv. But at the end of the day, first place Global Championships up for grab. Let's go back to Zeke, Kelly, and Vivid to see what else they have for us.
Bro, MDF's like reading my mind, right? Like, you know, when are we going to give Peterbot a taste of his own medicine? When are we going to do that, Lobby? Okay, everybody, we land on Peterbot. Okay, all of us, we're... Okay, wait. Let's talk about, Kelly mentioned a lot of trios. Mentioned trios that could qualify, trios that could come up big here in day number 2. And of course, this is a new day, right? So just forget about everything that happened yesterday. Let's just look at these numbers and start preparing for right now. Second place, Rapid, Kannata, Bolt. Oh my gosh, these guys were going crazy yesterday. Game 3 victory royale with 11 eliminations, and they're just trying to play consistently. They did not have a single game outside of top 8, which is crazy. Obviously, eliminations maybe just a touch on the low side, but I'm so excited to see what they bring for us here in day 2.
And what they brought for day number 1 was really incredible height control. We saw them actually getting chopped by Acorn's trio in an earlier game and have height stolen away from them. And the adjustments that they made for that next game to control height was so impressive. In game number 3, we see how high up they build their high ground, and they're using metal and brick mats the entire time. They make these connections throughout all of the zones. They have 3 different connections, so no one is able to chop them. In fact, people are looking up and not even attempting to get eliminations on them. And although you might be asking, well, what about the refreshes? Well, you can see Bolts right there using the bird form to be able to go down, get refreshes, and then quickly rejoin up with Rapid, Bolts, and Kannata. It was one of the strongest high ground controls that we saw all day, and I think we can expect a little more from them today as well.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and correct myself earlier on because I was like, oh yeah, I think we're going to have a 2-horse race throughout the day, right? Peterbot versus Acorn, yada, 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 if it would be quiet. I meant a 3-horse race because I also believe that we're going to see by the end of the day that Kannata is also going to be in the mix for that FNCS win.
I mean, what's the third? Is the third team Aviv, G-Money, and Rise, or is that now a 4th horse in the race? Because these guys are not that far behind, right? I mean, 372, and really their only like quote unquote bad game was that first game where they placed 14th with only 1 elim. But every single game after that, a similar situation, right? Only 1 other game outside of 8th place, and they had the eliminations, right? So it's interesting. We have on one side great placement, a little low on elims. On the other side, high elims, you know, pretty solid placement. I'm excited to see once again what these guys have prepared, because if I'm Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts, I'm thinking, yo, Big Cheese, Aviv, G-Money, and Rise aren't that far behind, man. We cannot make a mistake.
Well, you know, what Aviv's trio has prepared is kind of a simple answer, and that's these mid-game objectives. We saw in game number 4, the game that they took the victory royale, that not only were they able to get a Spire, not only were they able to get a Shrine, but also the research lab. By zone 7, they had full capes, exotic pistol, 3 purple rifles, a legendary pump, heals, and near full mats. Being able to put yourself into such a positive position in the end game allows you to kind of go on these incredibly aggro low ground games and get all those eliminations, which are going to shoot you up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about global qualification spots right now. Only 30 points trailing behind Rise's trio right now. Booga hot on their heels, kind of fighting for those global qualification spots. I mean, Kelly, we came into this weekend saying that there are 6 qualified teams playing this weekend. Those spots could roll down all the way to top 8. No, it's 3rd right now, right? Those qualified teams are not playing as good as we thought they were. So right now, Booga's sitting in 5th place, not necessarily in that qualified spot, but I think he is close enough to definitely be in contention.
Oof, and to end the day with a victory royale is definitely, we were talking about mentals. That is going to put you in the perfect mental state for going into day number 2. And we know who has the best mental state right now is Craze, because he was going absolutely crazy on the low ground yesterday. Threats and Booga had a perfect pickup with this player because they fit so well as a trio, but they just need to make a few more plays, maybe get a few more eliminations to be able to get that global spot.
No, Kelly, though, if we're talking about crazy plays, Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx, right? I mean, come on, man. It's Muzz. They're in 6th place. I mean, look, guys, I feel like at the end of the day, this is going to be a very, very close race. And again, because it's so close, if we see any of these trios in the top 6 fall, that's just going to give that much more room, right? Someone else is going to try and step closer, really shrink up that leaderboard. I'm pretty concerned for a lot of these players. I mean, if we all decide, hey, you know what, Peterbot's our target today, let's just go ahead and land on him and slow him down. You know, we could see even Peterbot fall at that number 1 spot. I don't know.
Listen, Zeke, if you're concerned for players, you need to be concerned for Skittles trio, because they are getting absolutely walked on in resistance space. Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow say, you want our POI, you have to take it away from us. And they're just showing how well they do in the early and mid-game fights, just beaming Reed from so far away. This is the Muzz we know and love.
Typically, when we look at a contested trio, we're like, oh yeah, they'll make it to the end game about 50% of the time. Muzz was like, nah, what about 100% of the time? Did not falter a single game yesterday. Made it to the end game, 1 on spawn every single game. I want to see more of that from that trio today.
Okay, guys, day 2 teams, day 2 grand finals. What do we expect? Is it Peterbot? Is he gonna walk away the win? Is someone else gonna look to take away that spot?
Zeke, you know what I want to see? I want to see the best Fortnite these players have to offer.
I think at the end of the day, we're going to have that 3-horse race that I mentioned. Acorn, Peterbot, Kannata. Who's going to win it? I don't know.
Oh, man. All right, guys, it's time. Get ready for some peak Fortnite here in NAC. Casters, let's find our seats on the bus because game number 1 is about to kick off.
It is time right now, Monster. Game number 7 is about to be underway, and our analysts kind of laid the foundation out perfectly. There's first place spot up for grabs, $180,000, 2 spots for the global championships, and a life-changing amount of money all the way down the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. And if EU was a sample of how exciting things are going to get today, then I'm ready for it because game number 7 is here. All right, enough's enough, Jacob. We get to get on this battle bus and start this finals off with the last hoorah here. You know, to really kick things off, let's put things into the picture here, right? Let's give the bigger picture. Why don't you update the fans at home what they missed yesterday, right? What's on the line here?
You guys missed a movie yesterday. I don't know why you guys didn't get your tickets, but I'm glad you're here today. Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, throwing almost everything at it, from launching themselves to the north side of the map, going to Foxy Floodgate, sneaking up on Agers, Aviv, G-Money, and Rise, uncontested to start the day, contested through the day, still ending up towards the top of the leaderboard. Kannata, Rapid, and Bolts consistently going for high ground. I think I've never seen an FNCS where they're literally throwing everything they have at their opponents to try to take that top spot.
And they're giving themselves a real chance at the big prize here. And that's what makes this so exciting as we're watching them quite literally find consistency. You know, one of the big things that I wanted to note yesterday was the fact that it's been a while since we've seen even a Kannata or Acorn have such a strong, consistent day 1. These are teams that have typically had their overall performances come back in a day 2 format. So we know they perform better on the second half of these types of tournaments. And that is what's going to be really telling here today as we start to shape things up here. And then there's just the global spots on the line, right? Kannata said it best in that interview. He feels like it's a shoe in. He's got this. He's not even thinking about not attending globals at this point. And I kind of believe him at this point. I'm really feeling like his confidence is there, and it's absolutely showing.
Yeah, and their gameplay, ever since that team formed, it's just been out of this world. Well, let's switch gears for a little bit. A team that honestly has had a bumpy road through and through, from contested drop spots, their group stages. Everybody thought this team was a lock to make it into the grand finals through that. Unfortunately, they did not make it in. They had to play through the LCQ, but they were first when LCQ opens were over. They won the first game of game number 1, but since they had to go through LCQ, another team through the group stages claimed this drop spot, but not anymore. No Skittles, no Bryce, no Dash over on that side of the map. So Mud, Shadow, and Sphinx, they're going to get a true chance to play these games out.
And they're probably the biggest underdog right now when it comes down to, you know, again, fighting for globals right now, giving folks a run for their money, keeping eyes on that prize here. Aoxy Pikes and Jojo Fishy, after a strong day 1, this is looking like a huge ambush waiting to happen from both sides as well. Look at the pre-edit on Enough's side there. He's got the half wall made. Aoxy must have felt like something was up, though. Someone took a step too much there for sure.
I almost feel like maybe, just maybe, he saw the eraser at the tip of the pencil around the corner. It's like, nah, I'm not getting erased today. You're not rewriting my story. That's up to me. Jojo Fishy, Pikes, Eoxy. Don't get it twisted, because this was a team at the beginning of yesterday. They were actually putting up a little bit of a fight. 3rd place, 11 eliminations, but they have to go through fights like this. A contested mountain, a little bit of a 50-50, and it's kind of hard to come out on top. Consistency when you're in that type of a scenario.
Oh, most definitely. Talking about those consistent trios, though, here's a look at, again, coming into the day, our 2nd place, currently standing Kannata, Rapid, and Bolts here at the Crime City. Set up, nice little triangular hold on this overall section here, and just doing what they do best. But it's the end games. It's the end games that are really getting these teams and really showing the difference maker on the standings here, quick stat giving us the Kannata Rapid Bolts are the only team to place in top 8 every game. So clearly placing points is their formula to success.
Yeah, and kind of looking at the leaderboard, the only reason why they are in second place is the eliminations that Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are able to put up, 30 to 47. So there's 17 eliminations worth of points that Peterbot and Co. have over them. Still looting up Demon's Domain, though, uncontested this time around. No surprises thrown at them early. Acorn, Agers, and Poyo. And you heard him talk about it to start the show, Kelly. Vivid, Zeke, 19 eliminations for Agers. Both him and Poyo in the top 10, I believe, 4 eliminations. They're accumulated a good amount of damage. It's just about the mental game that we feel like kind of went wrong after being contested, after being surprised by a few tricks. It's about how you pick yourself up and pull yourself back. We're talking about this team being a day 2 team, and they put themselves in contention with their performance in day 1, even with those 2 bad games.
The 2 times they weren't in the lobby, the other games were first, 4th, and 5th. Absolutely incredible, streaks as far as they make it out of the drop, and seems like that's what's happening here, so long as they don't get ambushed come the mid game. Booga Threats and Craze, though, team that is surely in the conversation right now for Global's positioning. Everyone wants to see Booga make that walk out the tunnel.
Yeah, I think I do too. I'm raising my hand, Monster, because I'm like, me. I want to see it as well. And Craze, I heard Kelly talk about him, kind of the young gun, the new kid on the block for a team like this. He has been in positions before, but playing with Booga Threats, that's like another bit of pressure that gets put on you. I know in Game 5, I was looking at the community saying, Craze, man, he had a bad Game 5, but what a way to redeem themselves, to win out in the final game of the day, and keeping the Booga Threat streak alive. I think it's like the last 4 majors, they've won at least 1 game on day 1, keeping that consistency intact. As Skittles, Bryce Dash, we saw them move away from the resistance space, but Monster, quite frankly, they're not too far off from that current spot.
I want to see what are they waiting for to open up on Monty here, as they're just tracking him, waiting for that perfect opportunity. They might have let it slip away, but even if, so long as these teams kind of split up here, they'll be able to jump on one.
Monty would be the one, exactly that, because he's the one. You see his 2 teammates already in the tower. They're getting their Storm Surge, kind of the typical setup you see for a lot of these bases. Monty's down below, though. Monty's job right here is to find heals, farm up any mats they use to make this base, and just make sure when they finally rotate out of this location, they're max mats, full health, all the resources they need. But he's also the one that's in a risky scenario. Curve, Josh, and Tyler talked about them as being one of the teams to kind of contest Rise, G-Money, and Aviv. It seems like they found a new spot to land at today, Shogun Solitude, and it looks like it's working out for them at the start of the game.
Shout out to Visuals running that face cam for the broadcast. We love to see it. Gotta celebrate those that are giving us a nice show here. But for the game kickoff, it's all about finding that surge, getting into these early game battles here. Gary, Angel, and Aim Red doing it once again. Aim Red's team just haven't caught a break in the early game. They are consistently finding themselves in some type of situation or another, whether it be on the north side or now here on the western area of the map. Micro adjustments seem to be kind of at play here for day 2. So far, so good for them, though. They do get this initial elimination here.
Yeah, I like Kaiser's attempt right there. Just get some of the loot off your fallen teammate, knows you can't be the hero, and immediately tries to kind of disengage, create some distance using that misform. But there's only so far you can go with that team on your back. Just got to wait for the next shard. I think it's roughly around 12 seconds in between usages. There goes his second. He's going to be on that countdown yet again. But since there's no mobility on Gary, Angel, and Aimer, they had no choice but to let him go out. Maybe they'll see him later, but all they know is they have to focus on their own game plan here.
It's an early game fight here for Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo right now. Yamzo leaving his team to it. He's the first to go ahead and back off now. Seems like they're a little too base down, though. With the zone ending right on top of them, I'm assuming they're thinking, yeah, well, let's just go ahead and get a move on. We'll find plenty of opportunity to come here.
Yeah, another one of those north zones like you're saying, and it's kind of seen the switch up of the strategy throughout the day yesterday, depending on if the zone was towards the north or if it pulled towards the south. They feel a little bit more confident to take some of these early game fights because of all those teams towards the south, they're going to have to rotate north. The teams that are landing near them in the zone are not feeling as pressured to try to go for any eliminations early other than them. As we tune in, Cold is already down. Don't know exactly what happened in this situation, but they're going to waste no time trying to get this Spire first, eventually trying to go back for that reboot onto Cold. But they need to make sure to get as much of this XP as possible, much of this loot as possible, because the chances of more and more teams trying to rotate in, especially if they saw that Cold go down, are high.
Yeah, they're already picking up that B rank, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see anything in the feed, so I definitely missed it. But they shouldn't have any problems picking up Cold here and kind of getting their strategy back in motion. Uncontested though, consistently when it comes down to like securing these Spires, right? That's a huge opportunity for them to just continue to have that consistent game plan of a perfect loadout, essentially, to do as they please, push the next island, right? And just make big plays.
Yeah, and you can kind of see it. Like you were talking about the XP, every single one of those NPC eliminations, you see the superhero rank going up little by little. Basically got a full rank and some off of that. And now you're seeing the pile of loot. They can pick and choose. What do you want? All right, I'll take this. What do you want? All right, I'll take that. I'll trade you this. Ritual just making sure Peterbot has a comfortable loadout for the most part. That's also how they're getting their mobility throughout most of these games, as long as that Spire does land there. Let's tune into Blake Diego plays Oliver OG. We saw them early on in this game, firing shots, trading back and forth with Kannata early on, and this is kind of what their strategy has been throughout the day for Blake, Diego, and Oliver. Kind of stay in the zone, take advantage of some of these teams that are overstaying their welcome this far back. And since they have an abundance of heals, since they have that early game surge, they have a little bit more flexibility versus every other team that's roaming around right here.
I can set up right here where they are in between so many teams right now. A few that are in front of them, some to the side, others lurking just to the west here. Oh, and look at that. Bryce's trio is going to be one of the few that are going to be early to the next safe zone here. It's a good update for us, though, Jacob. Catching G-Money, Rise, and Aviv situation. As we all know, they are surprisingly in a race to the top.
Yeah, I believe they didn't have too many bad games yesterday, just one. And it was the one that kind of started it all. Their run, 14th place, one elimination. Since then, every single game they had was inside of the top 8, including one of the wins that they did break down to start the show. But as we tune in, Muzz is down. Sphinx with one elimination. It looks like Cooper is over there. Not sure if Curly is the one getting rebooted, but it is. It's Reet making sure they get that one off, but his time is limited. They built straight up. They're making sure they collect that elimination, but a third team, the third party from Clicks, Iamzo, and Higgs, they get a good amount of damage onto Shadow, knowing they're only a duo. A mistake has been made. Higgs goes down. That's a huge wrench in their plan.
Not gonna lie, love the Superman laser here. That's perfect to go ahead and pull that pressure off of Higgs, who was almost fully eliminated there. But how quickly did that just all unfold here? We have seen this fight almost break out multiple times now, where it's not one team, it's another lurking on the kind of opposing trio, just looking for opportunities.
I think yesterday was kind of very, very telling. We saw good portions throughout the game where there was a wide open space from the bottom of Flooded Frogs almost all the way to Lone Wolf Flare, an equal distance to the east and west. So teams at the north side of the map, Muzz's team, Reed's team, Clicks' team, they're not having the same type of luck they had going into this event. So they had to change up their strategy a little bit, and you're seeing it play out with a little bit more aggression in certain areas. Trying to attack where they can, but all three of those teams are near the top of the leaderboard, most of them inside of the top 10, and have a contention for the top spot on the leaderboard. Granted, some might be praying for the Peterbot downfall because he is so far ahead, but sometimes you might have to take matters into your own hands.
Yeah, he's gonna need those eliminations, right? They got a lot of runway to make up for here in this last game. Or last day of competition, I should be saying, but look at this. The Rapid trailing behind King's Trio. That's some dangerous work there, especially looking at how well Phaser in particular played as an individual, not only clutching up for his team, but he was up there amongst the overall like best individual performers and what he was able to contribute to his team.
$496 damage. Most of this, honestly, coming off the back of Braids. We were talking about the damage numbers over towards Foxy. He is the #1 damage leader after day #1, putting them in a good position. And they don't have the same pressure versus some of these teams because they already have their global championship spot locked in. Close call here. Rise, G-Money, and Aviv, though. One team rotating right above them. Another team right towards their east. But they're using this time still trying to accumulate the surge. Even though they're 1,200 damage above the threshold, they know how easily and quick that can change.
Jacob, look at this. 285 below. No cold, so this could be a fight for really the whole entire tournament right here. This could be the difference maker. Peterbot and Ritual looking to cut off the weakened team, trying to get them in the middle. This is just textbook positioning here, but time to perform. If they don't hit the tags here, it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, and it's even slowly getting worse in its own right because that third-party team up above is slowly but surely trying to look over in this direction. A lot of places to hide going into Brutal Boxcars, so they do have a chance to try to sneak up on the Golden, Mason, and Chimp here as well. You see them trying to go back into the space that they got early on. And just almost try to looking like they're disengaged out of this fight. They probably got notice of the zone pulling far away towards the east. And they probably got a feel of what's going on right now. And it does look like Surge has activated every 7 seconds. Now Ritual and Peterbot have officially been put on the clock.
And you know they're hearing that shield break from the Storm Surge, so that's going to be the telltale sign for the bottom trio. And the bottom trio has to know it's Ritual and Peterbot pushing them as they're in, you mentioned it yesterday, but their signature skin. This is usually how they start the tournament off, so you know for certain this is Peterbot and Ritual here, but very rarely are they below the Surge, so there must be just so many questions being asked and thrown about with these trios.
Yeah, and luckily for this moment, it does deactivate. It got below the number of teams for that zone, but you can see instantly pops on yet again. And they're further below that damage threshold than I feel like they have ever been in an FNCS finals, or at least in recent memory. They're really going to have to figure it out, but they do have time. You see as we tune into Kannata, Rapid, and Bolts, where the zone is actually going, it's not too far away from Brutal Boxcars. So in that 1-tick damage zone, it is going to continue to stay that way for at least one more.
Like the positioning here from Kannata, Rapid, Bolts. They're just going to base down, kind of chill out for a second. Yamsado playing deep in the storm right now. No Clicks and Higgs. Things just devolving for this team here. Not looking good by any means, but hey, Yamso still got a chance to go ahead and recover and remain in the game. It's a nice little rotate here from Laporta. Going to give him some distance, but there's just so much happening in this northern area.
Like if anybody can do it as a solo and get his team back up, it is Yamso. 37 solo clutch points yesterday, keeping them, I believe, over that 200-point mark. But it's just got exponentially harder with the time that passes. He still has to worry about Storm Surge. He has the surf cube, and he's literally just surfing up and over. It could be a good opportunity with now 2 teams distracted for him to try to make that attempt to go for the reboot card back. Booga, Craze, Threats, always quick to rotate to the zone. And honestly, the only time I feel like they're not quick is when they're rotating to the slow side, trying to give themselves that better advantage.
Oh, look at the update there. Muzz Shadow Sphinx officially eliminated our 6th place team, allowing the rest of the top 5 to somewhat maintain the lead at this current time here. Ritual, Peterbot make it out this storm. They seem to have gotten an elimination right here. They are right on the team of Mason. They were fighting in the storm. They make it to the next area. Take a look at the highlight here as they come on in. Oh, is that off the Chimp? Straight into the box. Wrap it up so quick here.
Oh, Storm Surge is ag, let's say it is, but even with that elimination, there were still 377 below, 453. They essentially 2+ eliminations worth of damage here. They have 2 players right in front, but I'm sure that's not going to be enough overall. They continue to trade shots down onto 1. They do get the wipe, but exactly as I said, they're barely above that damage threshold, 51. So they can feel confident now. They can feel the pressure alleviate, but they know that's going to switch up if they don't continue that upward trend in damage.
And then King team know, Oliver's team know, Reek knows. They know exactly who is in the middle there. The feed lighting up. They can hear the shots. That's going to be very interesting. Oyo, Agers, Acorn make an early rotate here, giving up their positioning to go ahead and play a little bit more center. Possibly targeted. Maybe someone broke their base from below, but clearly something wasn't sitting right with them on the previous spot now. And look at that. Off they go. Straight early rotate to the new zone. Utilizing those dashes almost perfectly. Peterbot Ritual back into the mix. They don't have the luxury, the time really to kind of wait around. They have to fight here and now.
And on the flip side, though, with Cold being down as early as he has, a monster, there's no team in this lobby that's going to get this type of situation ever again with them going down. I don't even know when he kind of disappeared out of it overall, but they're a duo. They got to take them out. They got to cut down that 53-point lead. And I don't think anybody has been in a position to start to feel confident. They've been through 2 different teams so far, Chimp, Golden, and Mason. Now this team, full trios in a 2v3 situation, fighting with Surge on their backside, 110, down to 81. They're starting to fall below the damage threshold, and a max pool for this next zone. If they figure out a way out of this, I'm not sure anything's going to be able to stop them in this game.
Yeah, well, clearly they're going to be able to make the rotate, but the damage is obviously going to be extremely concerning. But look at this, Peterbot making the call like, wait, if we go through this tunnel, we lose all the time on the clock, right, to fight, but we could go up and trail that other team instead. They are going to stay down low. And look at that. There's a team waiting on the other side of this mountain.
Wow.
183 tag. Ritual's got to either back up Peterbot here or something, but Peterbot clutching in when it matters most, finding a little bit of damage is still not enough. It's actually Reach Trio who's on the other side here. The damage being dealt, everyone's kind of feeling it here on the lobby. Peterbot Ritual go up and out the town. Look at this.
258. Oh, an all or nothing. 50-50. Ritual is going to get taken down. Peterbot now with his back up against the wall at 269, falling further and further. 306. It gets worse, and now his last usage of that misform going to be used. He dives straight towards a whole nother team being exposed down below. His only chance, he gets sprayed on the other side. Active Surge as well. First elimination. Siphon is literally keeping him alive, while Storm Surge and the damage from the storm itself is eating him.
He's insane. Even though he's holding on here, you can see he's got that warrior spirit. He does not give up at all. Fighting through and through to the very end. It's Curly's Cheerios below him now. He's trying to think back. Did he miss any loot? But it's too risky to go for it. Now going for the scout here, the download of the information. King's Trio makes a move here. Might be time to rotate, but he needs some type of mobility. It's only going to get tougher and tougher from here. Top 15 placement points as well. These are all very critical opportunities for Peterbot's team to stay in the lead. Cooper, Ree, and Curly, though, on the move now. But there's still a chance, right, for the rest of the lobby to break away.
And this is their chance right now. You see, they're taking it, but the flank coming in. They're lurking on the backside. Visuals, Braids, and Minish. Acorn, Agers, and Boyo. A battle for the high ground is going to begin, but Agers with the flank dashes on the Visuals, gets the knock as Acorn shows up to help save the day. 931 damage above threshold before it does deactivate. Did everything they needed to do because the remaining players of that trio just gave it up. They have no hope because they're outnumbered.
Acorn was just on his old man time, you know, looking down, connecting his base, you know, playing block building up top. And then Adrian's like, bro, what's going on, dude? You got 2 or 3 people on you, and saves the day. My gosh, that's going to be quite an opportunity for him to look back on and kind of reevaluate.
I did see it in the feed that Peterbot did go down about 15th place. So we talk about placement points coming in, that being the tool as a solo for him to try to keep that lead intact, but only getting 15th place. That's only 2 placements worth of points. So there is a lot of time and effort right now for any one of those teams below him on that leaderboard to start to close the gap, or even better, take the lead after this game. 4 eliminations so far for Agers, Acorn, and Poyo. They're definitely in the position on the high ground as it continues to move up the mountain. Everybody down below is have to expend every resource and material just to reach the tip of that mountain.
Keep in mind, Rapid Kannata Bolts were in 2nd place, so Peterbot falling super early. This is their chance to now officially close the gap. But what happens when they end up taking first, if they can take first, is they are gonna put a target on their back, and that's where things are gonna have to get even more difficult for them. Rapid taking a lot of damage here. He's going to be the first to get knocked here. Kannata dropped down into the box too fast and then caught up as well. And we might have spoken a little too soon. Bolt's only in 13th right now. He hasn't really earned much. Talk about not necessarily taking advantage of the opportunity presented here and now. It's Agers, Acorn, and Pollo who are doing the most with this chance here.
And they're immediately, we saw them below, over 100 down below the damage threshold, and now they're putting themselves closer and closer to the driver's seat, just terrorizing any team trying to make it up that mountain, because it not only goes up, but it goes over towards the other side. Got to make sure you plan ahead, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. They go ahead and let Cooper lead the charge. They drop down a few labors to make sure they're not that instant target by the high ground. Bolt's by himself, though. Kelly talked about the resurgence, the new Bolts, almost like the NA West championship winning Bolts back at it, and this is a perfect time to prove himself. At least 4 teams worth of placement points, now 5 as he gets into the top 8.
Took a couple seasons off, but clearly couldn't count him out. He has been back in prime form here. I like the little play here to dip back into the storm as the zone bounces back, trusting that things will go in his favor, and he does have that misform to go ahead and escape out. And this is a clutch coming out of him right now from 13th when his team fell down, now into 7th, and he's still pushing through. Can he find an impact elimination? Looking at things from the background, though, high ground is sitting super pretty. Cooper, Reed, and Curly trying to take advantage here of the opportunity to just rack up eliminations. That's the name of the game right now. Meanwhile, Cam is getting active in the low ground.
Yeah, you can see Donnie. There's not too many full trios left in this game, but Seek's wandering around. He has 180 on the Chug. Minis as well. He just needs to find a way to let the dust settle and get those heals off, but there's players above them. There's players down below. One of them being a full trio right here before our very eyes. They're looking for that opportunity to continue to be contested as they're dominating the low ground. You see them creating more spaces. Agers and Pollo have dropped down low. Now they're playing Disruptor. They're making sure nobody has a chance to heal off.
Agers caught Boats right there and shut him down, sent them back to the lobby. Top 5 now for Curly Cooper. Back into the mountain this endgame goes. This is quite a zone ending here if we've ever seen one. Meanwhile, Misform plays, or Med-Miss plays way deep into the storm. Donnie with the jumping shot there onto Cooper's gonna go and find himself elimination. Cam swinging around the outside. He's just a huge upset kind of being thrown into the mix here. Low ground now, trying to kind of gather his bearings, downloads what he needs to, puts down Reed. That's the siphon to keep him in the game, and he's just fighting for second here. And there it is, Curly, the last alive, but Agers is on the hunt as he closes things out with a 14 elimination victory royale.
11 for Agers by himself. Monster, that brings his total eliminations in FNCS to 30 as an individual. And let's talk about Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual by himself going down early. That is the biggest thing, because that is the opportunity they needed to close the gap. They were almost 100 points down from that first place spot. And guess what? This game, they scored over 100 points to close that gap.
Yeah, that was just a game and a half for Acorn, Pollo, and Agers, and they managed to do it again 2 days in a row where they start things off with a victory royale. This is a statement maker for the rest of the lobby, really for Peterbot's trio. They have a lot of success when this team is not in the lobby. There's just so much influence that they lay down, and it's Agers in particular who you have to give all the credits to. Recently signed to the Elites team, just really showing why he is a world-class pickup. Look at him go. The performance is there, the victory royale was there, and congratulations. Game 7 goes to Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. Zeke, what a way to start this tournament.
Guys, was it not enough to win game 1 yesterday? Now we come back and win game number 1 of day 2 in such a just crazy fashion, right? They had everything that they possibly needed. They had height in 9th. They had so many heals ready. They left Pollo up top to go for that heal off if necessary. I mean, everyone had little things I don't know if you guys saw at one point, Acorn had 2 med mist in his possession. If things got really crazy, he could look to make some plays. Oh my gosh. A statement has been made, friends. A statement has been made.
The start of that statement definitely had to have been when they ramped up for height, and we see Visuals Trio ramping up just behind them. And for a moment, they weren't even turning around. It looked like Acorn, Pollo, and Agers were going to lose height as soon as they took it, but they immediately turned around. Agers responded so well, and they, were able to just kind of control high ground from the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the statistics, when you look at the eliminations, everybody's gonna be like, wow, Aegis is the MVP of that game, right? Picking up solo 11 eliminations, and yeah, absolutely. But that play that Kelly's talking about when Aegis was actually able to take the 1v1, the Visuals, to kind of ford off that 3v3 that was about to happen on the high ground, that for me is why he was the MVP of that game. He defended the high ground, he defended his trio as a whole, and oh my gosh, I mean, I called for it, we called for it. Kelly, we were like, listen, there needs to be a mental reset coming into the day. We know how good they were in games number 1 and 2 yesterday. We got to find that trio again. And let me tell you something, nothing like a good night's sleep to go ahead and bring them right back to where they're used to, straight up to the high ground. Oh, that was a great game.
Oh man, Viv, thank you for bringing that to our attention, because you're right, that mental reset, it was enough. Now, how does this impact the standings? We knew coming in, Peterbot was in first place. Is he still there? We'll find out after this short break. I know. We'll see you real soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Grand Finals, Day 2 of the FNCS. We knew that Day 2 would provide some entertainment. And coming into this day number 2, Pollo, Acorn, Agers, 100 points behind Peterbot. But after a little something like a Game 7 victory out to start the day, we're 10 points ahead of Peterbot. It's happening. Kelly, it's happening.
Yeah, at the start of the show, when I said that history was repeating itself, I was talking about Major 2 to Major 3, not day 1 to day 2. So that means that Agers, Acorn, and Pollo are going to get the next victory royale as well, possibly. But honestly, I got to give the floor to Vivid, because Vivid, you called it at the start of the show. Agers, Acorn, Pollo needed that mental reset, and that's what we got.
Worked out perfectly for them. I mean, Age is dropping 11 eliminations. Beautiful stuff there, but it's going to be on the back foot, right? Them kind of losing the lead in Peterbutt there. Storm Surge was rough that game, right? They're kind of used to going, head to head, shotgun, box to box, wall to wall. But no, like these games were completely different today in the sense that, like yesterday, when we were in first, second zone, it was like, whoa, there's already 75 people alive. This is getting quite, a lot of eliminations are going down. And then today, in game number 1 of the day, there was like 90 players alive at that same exact moment. So a lot more passive playstyle. But I mean, jumping right into the end game, Kelly. Bolts kind of holding on for the trio with that solo clutch. Incredible stuff from him.
I just want there to be some kind of highlight reel showing the bolts that we had for Major 1 and then the bolts that we have for Major 3, because I would never guess that this is the same player. He is playing absolutely lights out today and all of yesterday as well. When it comes down to solo clutches, there's honestly rarely anyone better than what we've seen bolts be able to do. Not able to get the game that they wanted exactly, but honestly, even if you're in a shambles situation, being able to put yourself up even just a little bit is exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, they're fighting for those few spots, right? And again, all these trios do the same thing, right? They're just saying, here's what we got given this game. I'm going to try and make something out of it. To put up a solo clutch like that, especially in the first game of the day, oh my gosh, I'm telling you, these next 5 games, this trio is going to pop. Free Cooper Curly also showing up here in this last game. Man, oh man, we do still have ground to cover, right? The job's not done, but now we're in top 10 right now. So I'm very excited to see these guys. Again, I'm wanting to see what all these trios are improving upon, right, in day number 2. And for this trio, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
It's better late than never. And if you look at the first 5 games that they had yesterday, it was not looking too good for them, although they still were able to get a few eliminations. But it was that final game of the day where they got second place with 8 eliminations, where they finally started to turn things around. And I love that we finally get to see them up in our top 10 leaderboard, because being able to convert that minor success in day 1 into another success for day 2 is so pivotal.
At the end of the day, all I can do is learn, and be better tomorrow will be a different story, quote unquote Cooper on socials. And I can tell you right now, he definitely learned a lot yesterday and was definitely better already today. We also got Booga, Threats, and Craze still kind of maintaining towards the top of the leaderboard right now. Although, they did close the gap to that qualification spot, right? We kind of entered today. They were 30 points behind. Now they are only 12. I saw them jumping around in the late game as well, but they became victims to the old Agers up on the higher ground. He was providing a little bit too much damage with the rifle up there. Can't blame him.
Yeah, as far as loadouts go, this is definitely one of the rougher ones we see. He does have the exotic pistol, but as far as Craze, who's usually the double key fragger of the trio, he was a little bit left with a weak loadout. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get those eliminations that we know that they are able to do. But still, we talk about consistency for this trio, and they are still consistently making it to the end game, although this definitely being one of their weaker games that we've seen. But still, 5 games, we have so much more to go, Zeke.
Yeah, look, this is just the feeler game, right? It's just the first game of the day. We're all warmed up. Now it's serious time. Everyone, let's all land on Peterbot. Anyway, let's go back to our casters for game number 8 of the FNCS.
Already after 1 game, Monster, this entire tournament continues to heat up. I wanted a close one and we got it. 10-point lead for first and second place, and Booga, Threats, and Craze have even closed that gap for a global championship spot by 12.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at Acorn, 3 victory royales, and then second place Peterbots trio, no wins at all. The best they've gotten is a second and a lot of thirds. So just really showing the different caliber, the different play styles, and different journeys they're going through to make their statement here on the standings. So with game number 8, let's see it all go down. One more time, let's get on the bus here, and see if whether or not Acorn and team will be faced with resistance. It almost feels like a coin flip every single game. We just don't know what we're going to get. Clearly, we know there is that target on their back. They seem to be the most consistent trio on the NA region and probably even the globe.
Yeah, my eyes are literally glued to that drop map right out of the gates. I'm trying to see who's contested, who's going where, what type of spin on that wheel are we going to see, where a surprise contest will happen. But business as usual, G-Money, Aviv, Rise, they get it one more time to themselves. Potential Spire spawning near them as well, so they're going to get themselves a chance at a good game. They also have the research lab at their access, the RIP to go ahead and rotate around, but this is the 50-50 I have my eyes on from top to bottom. You just go ahead and dive your way down, but Cyrus is going to get the first down on Deoxy, and his two teammates have no choice but to just leave and hope for the best.
Yeah, this is the first time they actually fall this early in a way that they kind of didn't even get to put up a fight. But this is the way it goes down at times. They've seemed to have made, I was going to say, a little clean break, though. Off to the outskirts they go. Look to go ahead and get their loot together, possibly re-engage. Jumping into this here. Man, just no break for Bryce Dash and Skittles. Unfortunately, getting slept here. Once again, just tough, right? And this is still their general area. It's not like they don't understand how to play these zones or win these drops. I mean, the resistance base, they're so familiar with this entire landscape here.
Yeah, and if I was Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, I would start to get a little worried because as Skittles and his entire trio don't necessarily get the consistency they had from day one, it's more likely than not they might start to make their way closer and closer back to the resistance base. We saw them win contested fights at least once. We saw them split the drop, stay alive, and be able to make it towards their end game. So that's the type of mental struggle some of these players might be going through when it comes to these drop spots, when it comes to starting out some of these games. We're seeing the limits they're stretching right now. Acorn not even landing at Demon's Domain itself. They know they're uncontested, so they're going in searching. They know players landed back here. They saw it off that drop spot, so they're trying to figure out exactly where they're at. Acorn, the IGL of the team, is going to be the first to spot him out.
Ooh, that's a nice tag right there. 41, no shield on the opponents. Now, whoa! But you blink, you might get put down. Boyo quickly rotates into the rescue here to back him up. Here comes the shots from up top. Nice little knock. It's going to be a great elimination here. And I just look at these as just, you know, buffer, right? A little extra room, little padding on the scoreboard, given that they just have such a narrow lead over everyone else right now.
That was good for Pollo to kind of just close the distance quickly there just to make sure that he didn't run away because his teammate was there. They might not necessarily know it, but we see he did have some backup on the way. Canyons crossing, though. This is one of those fights, Monster. When I look at it, you almost have to finish it quick. That team that we saw start the game on top of the mountain, Shogun Solitude, and everybody that lands around Crime City, Outlaws Oasis, and the split drops towards the outside tend to rotate in this direction. Because Canyons Crossing has a little bit of a divot with mountain ranges on both sides. It's easy for players to lurk on over, figure out what's going on, assess the situation, and decide if they want to play for it or not.
Yeah, definitely. You see teams get farmed for tags all about this area when they're rotating. Peterbot already making a move up. This is very reminiscent of the last majors. That early rotate up towards the Lone Wolf. They know how to play this out. They know there's good opportunity to find a somewhat of an ambush set up here.
Looking scary. They've done this before. Remember last major? It was a whole different team landing over at the Lone Wolf Lair, but they have made almost this exact lurk play from the other side of Lone Wolf Lair. It's King, it's Phaser, it's PH, the ones that really have to watch out here. And they know this terrain just as good as any, and you can see the position on the minimap of that trio they're inching towards. They're split out. They're not close together. One of them can easily try to go down, so I want to see King with that high ground really utilize it, try to spot out the team, but they're inside of the layer, so now I feel like there's no hope until it's too late.
Yeah, and I doubt they're going to make any type of noise indication here while King is full farming here. Look at this, jumps down. This might be even worse for him. Sure, he's getting with his teammate, but a 3v2 is all Peterbot needs for the setup here. There's another team behind them as well, so I mean, this could go either way.
Trying to see where the zone actually is, because if it kind of pulls towards the north, we're keeping the west side in the zone. The island could go there, which is what they go after. They wait for Phaser to use the launch pad and immediately beam to take him down. And you see in the minimap, they're just trying to disengage. His two teammates aren't even necessarily together. That's exactly what they were looking for. The island on this side of the zone. They got distracted, but the lurkers are now becoming the lurked. Clixiamzo and Higgs are making the same exact play.
This is just comedy unfolding, working in tandem at this point. They don't realize their team's already kind of gone, but their minds definitely moving in the right direction. How can you put yourself in a position to obviously catch these teams off guard? And if they somehow end up crash coursing even on Clip's trio here just in a couple moments, that'll be devastating in its own. But nope, they catch PH in off guard, and just a matter of time. It's not looking good. You see how good the lasers are too, Jacob, especially in the early game like this when you have the opportunity to really put it to use.
They know. They know, though. They know exactly. They probably saw that first elimination in the feed. Peterbot picked that up. They lurked over to Lone Wolf to try to get him. They ran into King Phaser PH teams yet again. And as soon as they heard that riff, they knew they already have high ground. They're already towards the island. It would be a bad play to go over there and try to contest that. So they're going to continue on with the rest of the game. Hopefully the zone pulls in their favor, and that could be a second moment for them to try to strike.
It almost looks like they want to stay at the Lone Wolf. We'll end up seeing how that works out for them. A little update here with Uga, Crazy Threats. 32 points already earned on the day, so pretty strong start. But it's all about staying consistent for them. They want that global championship spot that we know is prestigious and up for grabs right now. One thing's for sure, though, Kannata wants it too. They are definitely leagues ahead right now on the scoreboard here. About a game's worth in the distance. And then you have G-Money's team. They're trailing right behind. So who all is going to take those last couple spots here is definitely one of the bigger questions.
Ooh. Not sure they know, but that was some great shots. Across the map from Clixiamzo and Higgs. They're getting Lone Wolf Player is in the zone. So contrary from how we saw Clixiamzo and Higgs play towards in that last game and a couple of the games yesterday, getting aggressive, trying to play for a Storm Surge, they're kind of switching it up. They realized, hey, we went down a little earlier than we hoped in that last game. It wasn't a part of our game plan. We didn't expect it. So now they're trying to slow things down, put a pause on everything, recollect themselves, and play exactly like we're watching Cold Ritual and Peterbot play here for Surge. Let it other teams make those mistakes that you can then capitalize on.
And Cole's just throwing out markers right now, trying to see if he can fish for any trios. Hasn't caught a break yet.
Yeah, no real reason for some of these teams to move too much. They do get the zone priority pull. It is favoring, I think, them mostly for the center map. Haven't seen it overall. And the same thing with Blake's team on the other side, but it looks like they might be getting lurked on by Madden and his trio. So hopefully they don't lose too much focus and tunnel on Kannata's team around the map when they got something to worry about. It does look like Oliver got separated. And it seems like a whole fight is breaking down. And this is where Kannata and them are going to take full advantage to try to get as much surge out of this as possible.
Madden V gets the knock onto Oliver OG, but that was super close for Kannata to snipe that one up.
I like that coming out of Bolts. 18 points, solo points in that last game, making them the #1 player in terms of solo clutch points for the game. And you got to think Rapid and Kannata got to start be feeling a little bit more confident with each and every game that passes, saying, hey, we might have to do less. Bolts is doing the most, especially when it comes to those solo opportunities. But we saw Oliver G go down in the feed across the map early on. 3v2 here. Blake trying to fight back. You see he's burning through his materials, changing layers, trying to stay alive. Inadvertently separating a little bit too much from Diego plays. He's trying to find his way back.
Diego looking to back him up, though, trying to find an angle. It's still a 3v2, though. This is not easy by any means, but Blake flexing his capabilities right now, but still, it's not going to be enough as Liam just a little too aggressive for his liking here. gets the better of him. And then you know that Kannata Trio's just watching this, chipping away shots here at the builds and whatnot.
I feel bad for Diego Plays. He's in such a rough spot here. There's so much ammo in those Spire rifle clips. You can literally spray for days. You chain him with your teammate. There's no chance for Diego to kill him. Now they're playing for piece control on the walls. Liam bites off just a little bit more than he could chew. He gets taken down to 65 HP. You see Diego trying to take advantage, get aggressive. But the numbers game, there's just too much sometimes. 3v1. They're eventually able to take him down. And not only claim all the loot, but claim that position on top of the mountain.
Shotgun in hand, they were ready. And this zone too is starting to favor slightly to the north, so this is going to be even more favorable for them as far as like holding this mountain is concerned, especially if those elims right there pushing them up and over into like a comfortable area for overall damage. That's going to be big. Muzz, Sphinx, Shadow looking for their exchanges right now, still sticking true to the resistance base. So kind of questionable, I would say, though, for them to be here this long. I have to assume that their damage is probably not the best, so they'll likely need to get into a fight here soon.
Yeah, especially more so. They already pushed that one team off. Kind of imagining the feed, watching them kind of play it all out. It's King, Phaser, PHM, all three of them back up. Not necessarily the best shape, but at least they've given themselves a chance. And they know there's footsteps here. That's Soneto, Cam, and Osid on the other side. A team that could be a little scary to fight. We saw them qualify through the group stages, consistency through and through until they got that win. So they know they can play both sides of that coin. They know how to turn on when they need to. And rightfully so, it looks like they're pushing out King, Phaser, and PH Sin's team, even probably forcing them to take that railing all the way to Brutal.
Well, if it's practice you want, it's practice you get for King, Phaser, and PH Sin. This is what they signed up for as they jumped into this NA region. They're in 13th right now, the team clashing with them in 14th, so somewhat meeting their match here and now. Like the move to the Brutal, pick up this vending, and get them right back in the game right now.
And this is one of the few teams that might actually know this, Monster, is Peterbot's team took them down, rushed for the island, didn't worry about his Brutal Boxcar Spire. So now, fresh off the reboot, they know Peterbot is nowhere in sight towards Brutal Boxcars, giving them a chance. This, my friend, is one of the best chances you're going to get off spawn, getting access to one of those Spires. They're instantly starting to upgrade that superhero rank. They're going to get a whole lot of loot, mobility, in which they didn't have. So I'm interested to see how far they're able to take this game with a huge second chance. Rise, G-Money, and V making that far rotation outside of Outpost, across Foxy, trying to get into the zone. They're beating a few teams back there, and since they were kind of shooting back and forth with some of those teams, they could realistically position themselves on one of these mountain ranges to continue to look back like they're doing now.
Yeah, definitely got to play for key positioning here. You don't want to get caught between these valleys like Braids and Diminish, almost forced to go deeper into the storm. Little fight, including here, seems like. Tyler, Curve, and Josh try to jump in, but whoa, what happened there? Must have been a crack in the build. Someone squeezed some shots, and it's Aaron's trio. Oh, yeah, it's a full team as they were going to finish up blue, but just, I guess, got a little too tunnel vision there. That's going to be Raz for them.
It's only one way into those labs underneath and multiple ways out. Sometimes it's not even worth the risk, and you see why. Teams waiting on the outside. There's sometimes some grids that you can't even necessarily build on there as well. It's a good spot to plan ahead and really try to get that sneak attack, which they did find success onto one. And you're seeing exactly why they're going for plays just like that, Monster. Only 68 damage above the threshold. Even though it's early on, we know that's going to change in the blink of an eye.
Back and forth right now. Seems like the Jig duo made it out of the lab itself. They have a chance to kind of fight this one off here. A couple bandages, though, to give them a little bit of room. Fred's team doing the same here, so it'll be all or nothing here shortly.
Luckily for them, they got a lot of heals at least. See, even though you kind of diminish your chances at going to heal off, which you haven't really seen too many of throughout this weekend. You're just kind of cutting down a possible scenario if it ever does come down to it. We saw them go for this island early on, and what a right decision it was, because they're able to get at least one medallion in the hands of Peterbot, the one that's really going to take an individual skill level and kind of increase it tenfold. You see the invisibility, it negates fall damage, you move quicker, jump higher, faster, and something like his hands. We've seen some clutch plays before, kind of looking for him to really make those clutch plays here again. And from on top of the island, with every team having to rotate in through the east, through the south, they're going to get a bird's eye view of every single player rotating in their direction.
A little replay from King. The fight goes down, and Cam's trio meets them here at the Brutal Boxcars, and it just full-on collide with one another there. That's going to be huge for them. I think that should surely push them up into A, possibly even S rank if they caught that Spire. Just think about the benefits of that HP increase, of course, going to be super beneficial. Even that the zone might actually become a 2-tick. Hold up. They need to start moving ASAP.
What do we have here? 220 above the damage threshold. A little proactivity in this game. We saw them lurking around, not necessarily staying towards the north side. Supernova Academy taking those early game fights like we saw in a couple games throughout the tournament so far. Trying to change things up yet again. In some ways, trying to hit that reset button, and so far working out. We're able to take that slow roll and approach to get that knock on the seat, but you see them trying to fight their way through. Joji's playing defensive, trying to save the body. Donnie is as well, and he lands a good shot onto Clicks to try to slow things down, and more teams are now rotating into the zone in this direction to make it tougher and tougher for anybody to try to clean up the eliminations.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm not sure if Clix's team recognized that there is 2 teams shooting in from the outskirts here. They were moving as if it was just a clean 3v3, but there's so much more happening here than just that. And oh, wow, that pressure from the laser, of course, forcing them off here. And now that could have gotten really bad for Clix, but hey, things settle for a second here. They got to go. Zone's doing 2 ticks of damage, so it's definitely not the spot that you want to be in right now.
Depending on what the heals are, you don't want to dig into that chug jug too early. Max pull coming out. You want to try to save as much of those heals, the HP as possible. But it does look like it has to come out. It looks like it's only heal they do have in their inventory, maybe saving possible med miss for later to take position in zone. A huge strategy that we've seen really play out since the return of those med miss smokes. On the other side of the map, going through a very, very similar and tough rotation. Agers, Acorn, and Poyo. They completed the hat trick in terms of victory royales during this FNCS, but it's about proving the point. It's about winning another championship.
That immediate competition right there with Aviv, G-Money, and Rise rotating past Poyo, Agers, and Acorn. I want to see if they go for another high ground hold early. Oh, big damage coming in from Poyo there. So a quick medallion swap, though, to get that HP to fly right back up. And that's the strength of the medallion. G-Money should know better to leave open walls like that, but they take a little damage there before rotating out. Oh, they didn't like that. They're turning right onto Poyo. Agers, opening things up, giving them some space to work with. Finds a little side angle onto Rise, and then behind Aviv, and Ager, game sense coming in full effect here, but he knows he can't stay inside the storm. It's just doing too much damage. He's trying to utilize the dashes to get around, support his teammates, but they're both down now. And this is just going south very fast here.
For both teams, for that matter, because Agers was able to not only get the elimination cleanup on the Rise, he gets another one onto Aviv as well. 1v1. No matter who comes out alive in this situation, both of them kind of second guessing probably this decision. G-Money's going to go ahead and try to disengage on out, or at least try to make the attempt, but he was so low on HP. Yep, he gets cleaned up. It turned into a 5-tick. So for Agers, he does have all these heals, but he is on the clock to try to get out to see what he has left.
Yeah, it's crazy because he hit S rank right as that happened, and then G-Money falls to the storm naturally, so it was perfect. He gets the Siphon to kind of stay in the game here, and this is why he's waiting this one out a bit, but you know the lobby had to have heard something happening inside the storm, and they'll be waiting for them. But that's going to be a potential lead given back to the rest of the lobby to play for. Cooper Curly Reet. Much to be desired here in this game, but they have the zone right now. They have a little bit of damage, but not too much. They can sit idle here.
Literally what we were talking about. One mistake in games like this and stack lobbies that are this close could cost you anything. It was only 10 points of differential between first and second going into this game. Even third was less than 50 points overall. More than enough to change the tide because it's outside of the placement points so far. Last we saw was about 19 teams still left alive. Still 19 teams in the game, but one does go down. Craze was the one that did get cleaned up. It's only guessings. That might be Booga, Craze, and Threats out of the lobby.
Old Peterbot Ritual, the first to play for a little bit of that elevated high ground here. I like this positioning. I think they are recognizing too they need a win. And whoa, little delivery from Donnie there. Insta elimination too. Notice Code wants his team though before he goes to even dares to look at that loot there. There's a bit too much going on beneath them.
Yeah, no knock. Straight elim. Booga, Craze, and Threats officially out. Around 19th place, so no placement points for them so far. Clixiamzo and Higgs are feeling the pressure from across. A bunch of players spraying their way in. They're trying to get off that bottom layer, but Clix does a good job. Not only getting the shields down, but leaving them with just a sliver of HP, but it's more than one. It's more than two. It's almost 3 to 4, 5 even teams shooting in this direction. Iamzo's going to go down. You see the material count relatively low. No hard match. They're building in wood. That's a huge sign of weakness. The spray is relentless, and I don't think it's going to stop.
It's Peterbot Trio from up top. They're kind of initiating this. They're almost signaling to the lobby, get in here, add that damage, and they just get focused right back to the start of the game. PH Zin also had a little bit of an influence on that one. And that's just tough, right? Oh my gosh. Yep. This entire pocket right here, bad news, bad business.
I feel so bad because I've been in that situation. I'm not even a 10th of the way as skilled as these players, but I've been in that situation before, and it sometimes feels like there's no hope of making it out, and already 2 different teams got claimed because of that entire situation. So a 10-point lead is almost guaranteed to be diminished yet again. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. But let's go ahead and say Kannata, Bolts, and Rapid as well have a chance to move up the leaderboard as well. From third to possibly getting second or first.
Oh, most definitely. They were one of those teams in the focus fire. Peterbot getting a little sample of what that feels like. And he knows what to do. Change layers instantly there. Gotta give it up, and it's Kannata who goes up top as well. But that same team just focuses onto them. And then Bolt has to come in, pick him up in this form, but Rapid puts a little wall down there, so kind of slows things down for a second, but the pressure's still coming through. King's Trio's the one on the other layer right in front of them. They actually leave Kannata behind, so clearly Rapid couldn't even pick up the body.
Wait a minute.
Might get him. They might get him. It's a miss. Med miss there. Kept him in the game. I don't even know who dropped that. It could have been Rapid. Could have left him there with the med miss. Who knows? Just have to find out later.
And they have a couple of more in their inventory.
Crazy.
And you see Bolts, the selfless play coming out of Bolts. Yo, my man, you could take this cape. You got it. I got some dashes. I could smoothly move around, maybe just a little bit better with my health, shields, and everything that I have. But the high ground goes on over to Josh, Tyler, and Curve. They've been through the ringer so far during this FNCS, but it's a day 2 opportunity to start to build that confidence and have an avalanche of momentum start to go into your stride.
You know what? You got to give them all the credit. The way they managed to really bully high ground right there. It was their doing of focusing in on anyone who wanted to contest them and see eye to eye. And just like that, it manages to give them a little bit of a lead here in the lobby here. And they're determining the pace of this endgame. That is not something you see a newer trio like this do. A team that hasn't had as much experience in endgame, but they are playing like professionals right now. I mean, look at that. You got Peter's team in shambles. You got Kannata's trio clearly in shambles. And look at this. The pressure coming from the top down is exactly how you're supposed to do this.
Oh, but somebody looked up. Somebody looked up and chopped it down. One of them is going to fall. Overall, Cole's going to go down as well, so it's not going to be for free. Bolt's trying to break his way into those cover. The zone is doing so much damage. He has to try to find a way out. He doesn't have the misform. He cannot cape to the other side, but Cole goes down. That's the siphon he was looking for. And 90 left on the chug, and the cape as well. Bolts is making magic happen right before our very eyes.
Still clutching up. Meanwhile, Curve also finds an Elim on the backside of zone onto Peterbot, and then another one too. Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow, though, back in the mix here. Shut down the momentum. Josh was building up with Curve's trio there, and now leaving Curve by himself. And that was a 12 elimination, 5th place for him, but Bolt is the one who's going to go ahead and put the stamp on it, and he is still going in this endgame.
And Bolts, I saw Rapid for a little bit. Kannata's even still alive. Out of the shadows, he emerges, but a whole trio still down below. Reet, Cooley, and Curly. They're on the other side, but they have to go left. They're just dictating as much of the flow, and even Curly does it again, cutting off their path. Bolts got dropped down to 3 HP, forced to use that misform to try to go to the other side, lands in the zone. He has 40 on the chug. He can't get to full health, but at least he has an opportunity to fight back. He loses his teammate along the way. He's the only solo left in the lobby, but it's not for long. He's going to get taken down. 3v2 opportunity for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx to close this one out.
This is big here. Muzz jumping around. He's got that visual, trying to just stay low key here, but cutting him off. Shadow comes down as well. Shadow's just one pump away from getting sent back, though. He's got to be careful. Misform, though, perfectly done. Down goes Reet. 2v1 situation. Cooper, you're good, but Muzz is here to clean things up, and just like that, they sweep the dust under the rug. Well played for them as they start to put themselves closer to the top.
312 points going into this game in 7th place, and their best game so far through the weekend was a 4th with 13 eliminations. They've been all over the leaderboard. They finally have found their stride and a way to push everything that they face to the side and really hone in here on day 2. They're fighting for that global championship spot with a few other teams, and so far Muzz has been lights out, and this is what you were talking about with him taking down Josh. Sphinx was staying above. He had the med miss, the justice case in his back pocket.
This is the best we've seen Muzz in recent times. And with Sphinx and Shadow, I just feel like he's finding his new stride here. Now, again, having to come through the LCQ, this is just more proof as to why they are so deserving to be here. Sphinx and Shadow turning up just alongside him. A great victory royale for this team here. And game number 8, Zeke, is now wraps.
Muzz! Muzz! Let's go! My king! He got himself a victory royale! Let's go! Kelly, you didn't believe in Muzz. I did. You know what, Muzz? She specifically said, I don't believe in Muzz. There's no way. And I said, no, everyone believes in Muzz. Kelly, that she didn't actually say that. I'm just making that up.
Is that a voice recording of me? Oh my gosh.
Yes, it was. I recorded the message. Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow get themselves a victory royale. I love in this game, for a moment, things look a little grim, right? We're on the low. We don't have much going on. And suddenly in the 11th zone, they're like, hey, what if we just go for height? Like, what if we, I don't know, no one up there, right? Like, what if we just take that? And then this kind of leads them to win the game.
Yeah, Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx did an absolutely incredible job there. Watching the low ground, they were sticking to the front of zone and even using some early med mists into Storm to make sure that they're controlling the front of zone, which allowed them to kind of get better awareness onto where high ground was. And like you said, there was no high ground, so going for the eliminations, able to take kind of this like middling high ground, but in reality, they just were going on the aggro. They didn't allow anyone to really like stay calm, compose themselves, and instead able to get those eliminations and that victory royale.
Yeah, I mean, able to find the needed momentum for the victory royale right there, right? That typical position we've been seeing on the low ground where you kind of position yourself right off to the side of the moving zone so you can see everybody kind of rotating in on the ground. That's just lagging a little bit behind. They pick up an elimination there, have the resources to go ahead and justify going up for the high ground. And like Zeke mentioned, there was nobody on height, so they didn't have to take it from height. They just kind of just walked up. We'll talk about all that mess later. But yeah, a good win for this trio, especially in terms of making sure that they stay in contention for that global qualification spot.
Oh man, of course, this is what's going to happen. Every game, the settings are going to change in ways that are not predictable. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to a break. When we return, though, we start to kind of break some of this down. But for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, this is really good. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS. In case you missed it, our GOAT, Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx got themselves a victory royale in game number 8. Now, it kind of hinted at the standings. That game has some implications, and we'll go to them in just a moment because Peterbot, Cold Ritual, they're still holding down the #1 spot. But let's just break this down, guys. If Peterbot, Cold Ritual have a spot, if Agers, Acorn, and Pollo have a spot, then that must mean the next 2 spots are in the, top 4. Wait a minute, Muzz is in the top 4.
Oof, Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx, so close to getting that global championship spot. Of course, they are still just right behind Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts. And also Aviv, G-Money, and Rise are hot on their tail as well. So it is not done and dusted yet, but you love to see the improvement. You love to see the climb, and that is exactly what Muzz's trio has been doing. But we got to talk about the team that's been sticking pretty in 3rd place, Kannata, Bolts, and Rapid. Definitely not the best game or the worst game out of them, all things considered. But Bolts, man, time and time again, he's just able to pull out these incredible end games.
Yeah, I felt like this actually should have been a win from this trio. I mean, the high ground was pretty crazy. It should have maybe also potentially been a win from Peterbot's trio as well, because kind of like the same thing happened in Peterbot's trio and Kannata's trio. They both tried to establish height on the front side of moving zone, and it was just like the whole lobby was just like, what if you just don't? And just kept spraying at them, right? Like we saw Peterbot get knocked down. He was like 15 HP, had to drop all the way down, ended up wasting a bunch of resources on that potential play. And then Kannata, we saw one of them get knocked, and for a second we didn't think they were going to get the revive off, and we were like, why are you guys not reviving? But it ended up working out there, right? But yeah, just lost all height identity that game as a result of it, but still able to recover in both of those trios.
I'm telling you, man, I feel like this season we have just seen so many solo moments that have been so like pivotal for a trio, right? That have kept them in the game or earned those little bit of points to just make sure they don't stumble. Bolt, shout outs to you. Of course, we have to continue the conversation though. We wanted to highlight Peterbot here as well. Obviously, these guys are performing very, very well. I think it is funny though that you called that out, Vivid. You know, we saw him dash all the way across the entirety of the zone. And then, yeah, for whatever reason, the entire lobby was like, wait a minute, that's Peterbot. And then everyone just started shooting at him. Then Kannata's like, okay, let me take height from him. They get shot out. He goes down. It was a wild one for the trio.
For what should have been.
Just crazy stuff, you know what I mean? Like it should have, like Kelly was saying, it should have been, you know, pretty easy high ground. They had it established, and then yeah, it was just like the dashes came out. It just couldn't establish it fast enough.
Yeah, for what should have been their game to win, especially after getting Rift Island pretty handily and having high ground for a few zones as well. It's Peterbot just made some interesting plays. He dropped down, and it looked like that was when Kannata's trio was going for high ground, but what should have been an easy disengage just looked so rough, especially for Peterbot. It just seemed like you said everyone turned and focused on them, and when you see them in first place with 519 points, you can understand why. And then Agers, Acorn, and Pollo just 12 points behind them. I thought the storyline between these two was done, but we still have the Pollo versus Peterbot. Who's gonna be better? Zeke, we need to find out.
I know. Really quick, before we go to game, I just wanted to highlight that sneaky moment from Peterbot and from Clicks. We're just sneaking in over here, trying to attack King PH Zin and Phaser. And it's funny because we got this angle and it's like, oh, Peterbot's sneaking up. Oh, shoot. And then like moments later, Clicks is also here at Lone Wolf. What is going on today?
I think that as far as in regards to getting storm tags and to be able to go on the aggression outside of the storm bases, this is one of the best moves to make. And Clixie, Yamzo, and Higgs, I don't know if they were planning on going onto Phaser's trio after Peterbot. It seems like, great minds think alike. And unfortunately, I think it was just a little bit of too many resources for not that much of a payoff. One elimination, and then they use all these mats and all this time as well. You got to think about it. Time is a resource. It definitely was a fun play to watch, but I don't know if it was the correct play to make.
That's okay. It's fine. It's all good. We don't have to worry about it because we have more games to entertain us here in NA. So Casters, take us back in.
Who would have thought games would fly by this quick? We waited so long for this FNCS Grand Finals, Monster, and already we're almost 75% of the way through.
Yeah, it's going by really quickly here. 3 games in, basically, as we're queuing up for this next one here shortly. And just like that, we'll start to look to crown a winner. But the competition is now officially gotten closer, Jacob. So let's see who's going to really take it away this time. Game 9, Jacob, with Pollo's team trailing behind ever so slightly. Ritual Cold and Peterbot find themselves in the lead, but Kannata, Bolts, and Rapid might be that wild card, that factor no one saw crashing through the storylines here today, and they're just trailing behind.
Yeah, and you see at the top of the leaderboard, I kind of saw it. It was like, okay, it's only 12-point difference, but where's the breakdown coming from? It's literally 3 eliminations. Agers, Acorn, Pollo, Ritual, Cold, Peterbot. They have 57 to 54 eliminations, tied at 291 placement points overall. And Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts, they have more placement. It's the eliminations that they're lacking just a little bit. And then in 4th place on that leaderboard, they're actually keeping up in eliminations. It's Muzz, it's Shadow, and Sphinx. It's just the consistency of the game that they're not able to make it through as often as some of the other teams at the top of the leaderboard. But with 4 games left, Monster, or I should say 3 after this one, that's more than enough time. You can see it almost anywhere. If it's the NBA Finals or the Super Bowl, that 2 minutes that is left on the clock feels like an eternity.
for Muzz, Shadow and Sphinx, they might pull the upset that will send Booga, Threats, and Craze out of globals, right? Like, we were looking at things just moments ago, and it seems like it was their tournament to take to kind of start the day off, but couldn't be further from the truth. Meanwhile, the action unfolding here. Aoxy, Jojo, Fishy Pikes, they've learned their lesson coming out of the previous rounds here. They look to make quick work. They do just that here to kind of send us on our way.
The early fight for the Spire, even the Spire NPCs is dealing some damage onto these players that are kind of just tunneling around, just trying to get these eliminations. It does look like Blue is dropped by himself, but he evens up the tides with a knock onto Monty. So it's basically him versus Scuffy's in a 1v1. He misses that first shot. Now he's just down to his last one in the Outlaw, but he goes down to Scuffy's. But you have to be careful. Top left of the map, the Spire's making some noise, and you know who else lands here.
Yeah, I was gonna say though, you know, with missing those shots like that, you almost deserve to not walk away successful there. Like, Scuffy's team just managed to somehow find his grip and then clutch that one out big time. And you see Sphinx and Shadow just lurking. They hear what's happening, but they didn't quite take the jump there. Missed opportunities. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual back to the brutal boxcar. Business as usual for them. It's almost now the bigger question is, what more can they do? They've already turned their sights on Acorn's team yesterday. They came in today and almost chose peace to some degree, right? They didn't and haven't done anything out of the ordinary. They've in fact played very, very standard games. But Jacob, look at this lurk.
Yeah, it might have been a missed opportunity to get the XP, take down the Spire yourself, but you gotta imagine after hearing the fight, knowing the Spire took some time to get taken down, now Shadow actually gets visual of where they're at, seeing Monty using that surf cube to fly across the land. This is where they're going to continue this chase, and I'm not sure when they're going to call it quits because they also need damage just like everybody else.
Yeah, they got to initiate this one quickly here, or they will lose plenty of time here. This team is just slowly opening the gap as far as the distance, and yeah, Cole bends behind that mountain, so he'll be out of sight and out of mind for a little bit here, and they might have really just missed their key opportunity. This could be the catalyst that sets them back. Oh yeah, they're really looking for this one now.
And I saw them kind of looking back in the minimap with the arrows, but I'm not sure with the line of sight that they actually spotted them out going on the chase. As Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo have rotated from Supernova Academy. They're trying to isolate Cooper on the north side. This has been their strategy all season long. They have it uncontested, or at least they thought so. No damage onto Cooper just yet up until the tail end. Only about 30, so he reunites with Curly. Both trios converging back into one another, making sure they don't take too many early game risks. And this is what I'm talking about, the mental games that are going on with some of these teams. Everything that they practiced for up until this moment has changed for the most part. The way they're getting surged, the way they're able to push teams and getting eliminations, both of these teams for that matter.
Hey, very methodical too. Clicks continuously bringing and carrying along those extra heals for the fight too. So they're pretty much prepared for everything to happen here and unfold, possibly even go the distance in the storm. That was very interesting to say the least. Bryce Skittles Dash haven't quite caught a break here in the last 2 tournament days. I mean, even this one here, pretty tough. Only 4 points earned on the day, some of which just in this game, that single Elam.
Almost makes you wonder if it was this fight here that they were able to get that first knock. I only see 2, King and Void on the other side of this exchange. Not too many other players in the mini map, maybe one far off to the east as Bryce takes a little bit more damage. No shield gonna be remaining. Just a little bit of his HP gone as well. And Skittles just creates a path for him to return. They're gonna heal up, feel a little safe, assess the situation. Is it worth fighting out this duo? And I do think it is, or at least for now. They haven't used too many materials, but the loot that they have lost in their loadout, you see a couple of empty slots. That's what they hope to gain out of this transaction.
Nice little shield crack right there. I was gonna say almost caught some toes there to King, but the builds come out. And honestly, 3v2, huge HP lead, should be wrapped up pretty quickly. Things are not going in Muzz and Shadow's favor, and this is what happens when you start to force the engagement, right? Almost little too overextended, given that they were trailing behind that other team, and now Smiley, Chimp, and Salt here seem to come out ahead. This is bad, though. They were already off to, one might say, a really slow start, but then losing a teammate, right? So losing a damage there that they would have otherwise gained as well is just, this is just, yeah, bad for Muzz and Shadow's trio here.
Let's look at the other side of that coin, though. Clicks Yamzo Higgs. They actually stole that Spire away from Reek, Cooper, and Curly, rotated back over Supernova Academy to catch one of them off guard. Gray is still there in the distance. They think somebody is going to be on high ground. You see the Superman sprite being used to laser out the builds, and I do think they might have gotten enough. Yes, they do. On to Preston. 2 of the 3 members down. Higgs goes to clean it up. He takes an immense amount of damage. Yamzo as well, but Clicks is able to save the day, get that elimination. That's the 3rd player of that trio. They're wiped and sent back to the lobby.
Couldn't have asked for a better time Siphon either. Right there to really just keep him alive for a moment. Click 6 Yamzo, they have so much ground to make up if they want to at least end this tournament with a good showing. You know, the win might be out of the question, but at the end of the day, those standings stay forever. We haven't seen them really be this off, you know, a tournament win all year. So there's going to be a time to kind of, you know, drop the ball and have a bad one. It's now, right? It's not before Globals. So save the good stuff for Globals.
I can kind of agree with that, especially since they have less pressure than most of the teams, especially coming into day 2. Not necessarily high up on the leaderboard, so they can kind of just play a little bit more calm, cool, collected, comfortable to what they practiced. As Kannata and Bolt's Rapid doing the same thing, game after game, they build up. They immediately look towards this side of the map. For Blake, Diego, and Oliver usually end up in a priority position on top of the mountain. Trading off Surge, back and forth. But Diego, Oliver, and Blake, they're the ones out of these 2 teams that kind of run into struggles just like this, with more and more teams from the south, from the western parts of the map that usually traverse over in their direction and end up third-partying or at least threatening their position.
There's not a hint of metal in Oliver OG's loadout right now. They don't have much heavy mats to work with. Not sure what all's happening here in this early game, but they seem to be off the pace for end game. Jigs trio not moving a cent here. They're like, nah, you guys can get going. We're gonna chill here for a second.
It's not gonna be too hard for them to get on out. Oliver has to be careful trailing behind, but back on over here. They eventually had to go back for that reboot card. Muzz gets boxed up. He is in misform, but down on to Salt. He needs to siphon, but it doesn't come in time. Now Shadow's going to be left by himself. 20 HP, 1-tick zone. They beam right through those builds and take them down, and that has got to feel like a heartbreaker for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, because they are in 2nd place when it comes to that global championship slot.
That elusive 28th positioning. Once again, they fall there. That's the 2nd time today they fall in the early game here. And they're coming off the win. That win put them right back into the conversation. But you know what? If you're a VG Money Rise, if you're Booga Threats and Craze, you're clapping your hands, you're stomping your feet, you're sitting up straight, you know, you're feeling good about this right now. That's that immediate competition off the track now.
And this kind of almost goes into kind of, well, I think we were talking about it during group stages, to where you're in a position where Vive, G Money, and Rise, it's almost good that you have that much experience, and especially a leader like Rise, because we talked about how sometimes when you're in that position where you really don't have to do much, don't have to make too much noise on the leaderboard, just play your game out like normal. Sometimes that does something in your mental. You change up the strategies and sometimes make a mistake. As Cole, Monty, Scuffies, they were the ones we saw rotate out of this direction. They're getting lurked on by Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts. They get the 3-2-1, but luckily for them, they spotted them out at the last second. Not too much game-changing damage is going to be received, so they're going to have a chance to kind of defend this spot.
I was saying Rapid's going to initiate the misform to the top. No. End up giving it up. Little risk assessment there. No, sometimes you got to know when to pick and choose your battles, and with Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts so positioned right now to actually win the tournament here. I don't blame them for backing off here.
Especially when the zone is going in that direction. I agree with you there. It's too much risk, not enough reward if they did want to take a fight just like that. Peterbot Golden Ritual, kind of going back into the storm, floating around Utopia City. They're just trying to rotate. As the zone pushed everybody from the western side of the map in, they know that's going to be the congested, the stack side overall. So they're just sacrificing some HP, sacrificing some of this damage and time overall, so that way they can get a slower rotation in where it's not as congested as every other side. But that looked like a far pull, so it might be a little bit more congested than they first hoped.
I'm going back to the drop map. I'm trying to see. This is a really interesting rotate for them to go all the way eastern and play the outskirts. It's almost as if, I don't know, they're trying to like get onto someone's side of the map. Is it the right call? Is it not? We'll just have to find out who they end up crashing with here soon.
I'm wondering right now, like, I got Bubble Shield coming out of Acorn right now. I know he's probably one of the best IGLs and thinks in and outside of that box, but Bubble Shields with no mobility, but he picks up the Surf Cube. Just making sure to stay safe. Bubble Shields alleviating some of the pressure. Tuning into Scare, just getting tagged up a lot by Curve, just basically have him drowned out. He tries to misform away, but it's just seconds too late. Tyler's there, cleans up that second down onto Magma. 2 of the 3 players of that trio are down. Kozier's trying to run away, but it looks like they each had their fun.
This little highlight for them there. Pick up some points. Visual Braids and a Minish, though. Team that's very much in the conversation right now. 385 coming into the game. 122 on the day. No simple task from them. You know, earning some points here. Definitely putting up a few elims.
Kind of get that priority position here. They haven't had to move too much all game long. They kind of concede that island to Agers, Acorn, and Poyo. It's not worth the risk fighting against one of the best teams in the lobby, especially when they can get mountain ranges elsewhere for their surge. Buka Crazen threats pretty quick to rotate out of Utopia City, kind of realizing the zone was pulling further and further away. They can't necessarily hold that same triangular formation that they do in most of the games when the zone pulls towards the center of the map. But you got to trust in Buga. Threats, Craze, they're very, very quick. They're calculated about where and why they rotate out, and they immediately build one of those towers that they have over towards Utopia, extending the distance to make sure they have covered as much of the render distance as possible.
Back to the floodgate. Haze clicks and Yamzo go. They're kind of right in between somewhat of a deadly triangle, right? You have Acorn's team up top. You saw Peterbot's team not really too far off, kind of playing this outside eastern rotate too. So you have to wonder, this is definitely the right call right now to start repositioning back into the zone here.
Last time I remember taking the rotation yesterday, they found an elimination on that team using the zip line. Luckily for them, nobody floating around. They get over the Foxy Bridge, underneath the island. This is where they're kind of hoping it kind of pulls in their favor, but you see it goes a little bit more towards the south, kind of forcing Agers, Acorn, and Poyo off of the island in the direction of those mountain ranges between G Money, Rise, and Aviv. They haven't had too far of rotation so far in this game, landing over towards Outpost. They did get that one elimination. The only question mark I have for a team like this is what is their Storm Surge like overall?
Strategy yesterday was to just play slow and steady. They were one of the few teams that I think were doing, you know, just fine, kind of exchanging with rifles, not necessarily jumping onto players. But look at the feed. Agers finds clicks with a quick knock. We already saw that that was far north there. We knew that Agers team was obviously securing that island there. It's that top-down vertical view. Clicks picked up. Back in the game here.
Ooh, wow. I was waiting for it to update. I thought it was going to kind of fly upward, but 146 below the damage threshold. Another game where they're not able to find their footing in terms of being able to accumulate that damage. And then you include the fact that this game, unlike some of the others, is pulling far towards the south. So they're not even really able to get a track on some of these teams that are trying to beat them on the rotation. Up above, they have to watch out. Across the water, they have to be wary of another team, even on the mountain ranges. Luckily for them, they're literally a hop, skip, and a throw away from the zone where they can easily find their spot in with just one dash.
Yeah, they've used a lot of dashes, though. They've just continued to kind of replenish it on the way. So that's just showing you how dangerous of a spot they found themselves in. Not even just being below the surge, but just almost out of pocket, out of position. Making Boyo Ragers much more comfortable than their counters. Look at this. They just can't catch a break. Cold Ritual and Peterbot back and forth, almost like a tug of war when it comes down to their positioning in the lobby. Almost sent right back crawling, but they managed to kind of recover here and situate themselves back into it. But I thought for a moment there we would have seen an early knock.
Uh-oh. You see why they're crashing right now. They're below the damage threshold. They went after the first team they saw. Coincidentally enough, that's Kannata, Rapid, and Bolts. And it's active surge, 25 damage every 7 seconds. You almost got to pop double minis just to give yourself a chance at 50 shield. You see huge chunks of HP missing out of Clicks and Yamzo as well. Higgs is the only one with HP intact. He's trying to pop those bigs, but they have not gone ahead and stepped any bit closer to getting damage on a Kannata.
Look at them, Kannata's team kind of waiting for the opportunity to fight back. Higgs jumps out. He breaks off to look for a new opportunity here. And this is just not good at all. 46 below. Couldn't catch a break, and their team fall once again, just a little bit early.
It's really unfortunate. But right before that, Lee Cooper and Curly, they found a team just sneaking around. It's just kind of one of those wonders to where when you're below surge, you have less and less control over your game plan. You're almost forced to fight teams no matter who they are on the other side, no matter what position they're in. And on the other side, Cooper, Reed, and Curly, they're able to sit back, relax, kind of let that team hit that brick wall, fire shots, trade through, and another team's looking like they're hitting that same speed bump.
The holder here while Reed kind of recoups here. Only 184 above, though. They will have to fight here. Another team jumps in from behind them. It's a full team hop. And Cooper forced to misform. Luckily, they do have control of all these builds here. He'll escape for a second. Somehow, Curly buys a little bit of time and not long enough here. All up to Cooper right now. Can he at least get one of these trades? No. They secure the loot, back off. This is bad.
Yeah, that was the quick stat curse. I'm gonna call that one the quick stat curse. They were just talking about Cooper, Reed, and Curly. 3 back-to-back second places in a row. The first time ever at NAC Finals. A blink of an eye, it goes away. Reed and Curly just get down, knocked out of the competition for this game, leaving all the pressure onto Cooper. And there's not even very many placement points and points overall dished out through these teams in this game, so they have a mountain to climb if they want to continue to keep their position in the top 10 intact.
Stats guys, like, let me show you why it's not 4 back-to-back-to-backs. Oh man, it do be like that. Look at this, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual positioned above Kannata's trio. Okay, anything can happen here and now. Here comes that lobby focus. This is what we saw before.
Yeah, I feel bad for any team that's like in the backside of the zone. Especially, you see how stacked it is on the southern edge. Kannata finds the opening onto Cyclops. His teammates might be there, but I'm not sure the chances
They need it.
of getting that one, as Bolts does get the cleanup. Even Cold getting it down onto Fleeks. They go in for the loop. They're having to use their misforms. Rapid from one side, Bolts from another. They had to take 2 different approaches, try to get anything. I'm not sure what they were able to grab, because I know Aviv's team also moved into the mix to try to steal away what wasn't theirs. Sometimes it might be worth the risk. But HQ sneaking around, gets that first shot onto Rapid. Oh my, Rapid, well-placed shot to fire back, gets the elimination. That was one of those scares right there.
You just don't know what's waiting for you on the other side of the wall. That's crazy. You know what? For a moment there, Kannata's trio was almost flirting with not enough damage on the surge numbers there, but they put up the damage. They find that Elim, and you know what? They buy themselves a little bit of time, but that overall was a very close one here for game 9. Remember, folks, after this, there's just 3 more games ahead of us, then we're going to crown a champion. Kannata's team is in the race right now. Rise, G-Money, and Aviv not too far off, depending on how big of a game they can make here. We are inside the top 15. Peterbot's going to fall here. Cold is going to find one, but they are going to get the pickup just in time. But the laser comes through, and it's Kannata's trio from the low ground looking upwards as well, but they were distracted, and then they get eliminated instead.
Just a wild series of events from game to game to game. This FNCS final, they really dodged one there, able to get the revive. And here comes that kind of crash play right before it happened. This is what happened with Peterbot going down. It was Aaron on the other side. He got the down onto Peterbot. Luckily though, Ritual and Cold in the same box, hip to hip. They're able to save the day. Haven't tuned in with them in a while, but second place team coming into this game, Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. It looks like for now, they're going to be the teams that are inching closer and closer towards that high ground. It's really dependent on where this next zone pulls.
This is perfect. Pollo, Agers, Acorn, it's like they're playing a completely different game. Oh, we tune in with them? Silence, comfortability, high ground, medallions, loot. Like, it's just so different of a situation when you put yourself in the key positions to succeed. You really do see a night and day difference. You almost feel it in the ambience and the atmosphere. But here's something that's, once again, a fact. Bolts and Rapid are standing, and it's just a matter of time of whether or not they can go the distance here. One of the few that can be the champions here come the end of this. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual well above the damage threshold, so this is just all about consistency and end game placements now. But Peterbot fighting his way through the make round. We know what that means. He's here to hunt. Cold dashed into that box too. They were ready to commit.
Peterbot just yoinks him in with the exotic outlaw, making sure that they're able to grab the body. That's why you see sometimes he just sits in some of those boxes, not necessarily to get all the damage in one shot, but just to pull them closer and closer. That way Ritual and Cold to try to clean this one up. 19 above the damage threshold. You talked about Bolts and Rapid being a duo. They're almost, like, I think 31 points out of first place to start this game, and it's because of opportunities like this. When one of them goes down, they never call it quits. Rise, G-Money, and Aviv talk about trying to get to the global championship to start this game. They were in 3rd place on the global championship leaderboard qualification outside of Mud, Shadow, and Sphinx, but them going down early have definitely turned the tables. Placement points are coming in. I think they might have stolen that spot back.
I hate to say it, but someone's got to stop Agers, Pollo, and Acorn. If you don't, I mean, it's literally their show right now. Ritual's going to fall here to their exact hands. The pressure coming up from top down is just too much to handle, and Peterbot forced into the ultimate low, now literally burning through his builds here, and they just aren't comfortable enough here. What was looking like a lead being built is just getting sniped away now by Agers and the team.
And look at Agers. Look at where Agers is focusing this entire time. Right on the Cold, right on the Peterbot. He's looking like they were trying to get aggressive, but that got cut short, burning through the materials. Now with an open opportunity, Scuffies is going to be the name on that list that gets checked off. Peterbot gets the elimination. The med mist smoke is down. He has some time here into the zone, but that also makes him a target. That green mist, it's like a beacon from a lighthouse. Agers, Acorn, and Pollo continue to put that pressure down from above.
Look at the tracking too. Cold finding Elins as well. As players are dashing and misting all around him. Him and Peterbot doing it best here. And look, taking lead now, opening up the tarps here. G-Money and Aviv, though, have to play this one out just by themselves as well. And he's inside the storm. Finds a little relief, though, from the med mist. There's a player there waiting. He doesn't even have time to fight back. There's just pressure happening. And look at the moves. How bad do you want it? He's showing us he's here to play. King and Phaser now continuing to pop up here today as well, doing an excellent job into the box to support King now, but Cold is finding all the tags, and another one presents himself. There's the knock, and you wouldn't even tell he's in the storm because the siphon is feeding him.
I don't think he got the last few of those knocks, though. That means he's on the clock, has to make his way in. He did so much damage. He took down so many teams. Everybody else in this game, Monster, is a solo. I know what you're thinking. They already have 3 wins so far. Could a 4th be out of reach? Nah, it's definitely within their grasp, and they're dropping down to take it. Agers, Pollo, they know what position they're in. Ozone taking damage. He goes down to cold. 2 solos left on that low ground, and Curve is next on that list.
Cold is just going. At this point, he's like, yeah, you guys might win the game, but I'm here to win the war. He's going at it, finding points. Finally, now he gets taken out in 3rd place. Boyo, Agers, and Acorn are on a run of a century. Curve may have gone to the top, but it's only a matter of time. There it is, just shy of a 10 elimination game. They do it once again.
That was absolutely perfectly played at the end of the day. You said it, 9 eliminations to win 101 points out of that game, and dropping down cold Peterbot and Ritual outside of the top 2, denying as many points as they can. That's the only way they can control the game. But throughout that end game, Monster, I was watching Agers, and he was just targeting Peterbot and Cold down below, from hard mats to the wood, from inside of the zone to the outside. He did not give up on trying to take down that team.
Yeah, right there. This is the catalyst where it all kicked off. And, you know, it just really shows you that Agers, Boyo, and Acorn sticking to their original strategy at the Demon's Domain is just paying off in dividends. I mean, clearly, it's just preparation meets the best skill, right? Like this lobby has to offer, and their strat is so consistent. And for them to win another game, that's just insane. You don't see that on NA very often.
Yeah, 4 game wins so far for the team. You have to imagine with 101 points throughout that game, they have to be in 1st place, but I only trust Zeke to let us know.
I'm gonna pass out. It's fine. Hold on, one moment. All right, I'm good. All right. Oh my gosh. So I think the record we've seen in a Grands is like 6 BRs, right?
Yeah.
We are reaching critical mass here from Pollo, Acorn, and Agers. Guys, it's crazy that like whenever they go on to win these games from high ground, it always looks like the exact same way. They just have control. They have so many mats. They've taken literally everything at their disposal, and they've like min-maxed the efficiency, the usage of what they have, the builds, the heals, the ammo, the locations. It doesn't matter where zone's pulling. They are ready to strike at the perfect time. Oh my gosh, Kelly, we have to see 2 more wins from them, right? If we get 2 more wins, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it.
We do need 2 more wins, although I do want to correct myself. I agreed with you there. And actually, Coyote today got 8 victory royales over the 2-day span for Asia. So I do think that they hold the record for the most victory royales in a major finals. But Pollo, Agers, and Acorn are definitely doing their best to be able to get up to that number. They're not going to be able to get 8, but they could potentially get close enough. Pollo, Agers, and Acorn, we've seen them do this time and time again, being able to control the high ground so easily, so that it almost looks like there's just a solo player on the high ground, whereas Agers and Pollo are down below getting those eliminations, because that's where they've fallen just a little bit short of Peterbot's trio from day 1. They may have the placements, but they need those elims, and that's exactly what they brought.
I swear, though, their wins, it seems like they're getting assists from like all of these mountains. I feel like Zeke was right? It kind of feels like deja vu. Every single time we see one of these wins, there's like one of these snowy mountains next to them that they do such a good job of utilizing and making sure that they're obviously well established off of that natural terrain over there. But yeah, it's just rinse and repeat every single time. I mean, Acorn's just kind of holding it down up there, making sure they make the right rotations. He's like, guys, give me all of your heals. And Agers and Pollo just go crazy.
Guys.
What?
You have to see these standings. You have to see these standings.
Oh, we're gonna do it now.
We're gonna do it now.
Oh. Yo.
That is.
We're gonna go to break. When we come back, we'll talk about it. Welcome back, everybody. We're going right to the standings, okay? If you missed it, I don't know how we keep doing this, but after that last game, okay, the Pollo won, okay? We are still 1 point difference. We started the day and we thought, oh, Pollo, you know, they're 100 points behind Peterbot, you know. Is the Pollo versus Peterbot dream alive? And yes, it's very much alive because they started the game with a VR, they closed the distance, and now we're just going back and forth, guys. I cannot believe it. And to think all of this happened because you think, oh yeah, Pollo's far ahead. No. In that last game, Cold has to solo clutch his game. 3rd place, 10 elims as a trio. And that's what's keeping them alive right now.
We got a little taste of it yesterday. Game number 3, Cold solo clutched once again, and just time and time he is able to do it. Honestly, Peterbot and Cold are able to bring out these incredible solo clutches, and that's why even without a single victory royale compared to the 4 that Acorn's trio has, they are just 1 point behind them. It does not matter if this is a trio competition. You can make it a duo, you can make it a solo competition, and these players are able to hold themselves up the leaderboard through eliminations, through sheer will force. They're able to do it so many times.
I mean, we're just getting spoiled at this point. This is crazy. I don't even know what to say half of the time. It just, how are these trios kind of doing this? I mean, we're seeing solo clutches across the board today, but to be the one to go ahead and keep your team alive, right? As you can see right there, Peterbot just went down in 10th place. Cold is left alive as a solo from 10th place and ends up clutching up that 3rd place spot. Absolutely incredible. So I mean, that's such a long time to live as a solo. It's crazy that he's kind of able to do that. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I mean, it kind of feels like we should just be wrapping up the day right now, but we still got 3 more games. Like, how is that possible?
Oh man, I don't even know. This fight at the top is so insane, but you cannot forget they've already qualified to the global championship. If we turn our attention back to the standings, we're looking at a top 4 finish. We saw the last game Muzz was in that top 4, but because of this last game, they placed 28th with no elims. They get eliminated, and then Aviv, G Money, Rise, they jump in, they swap places. This is literally going to come down to a wire in top 4. And that's before any other trio who's already qualified decides to make a play for some of those higher end spots. Guys, what is going on? This is so close everywhere.
NA wanted to make sure that you were ready and anticipating the global championships. They wanted to put on a show for everyone to keep those hype levels up, and that is exactly what NAC is doing, especially when you are within consideration of Kannata, Rapid, and Bolts. Currently sitting in 3rd place with 525 points. It is almost but confirmed that they will be making their way to the global championships. But like you said, Zeke, with 3 more games to go, so much can still change. But what we know is not going to be changing is Bolt's and Rapid's ability to be able to make it to the end game every single time.
I tell you what, though, right? They kind of maintained that streak of getting top 8 right there. There was a little bit of a slip up, place in 11th place right there. But, you know, I'm going to be a little greedy today, right? We got a 1 point difference between Peterbot and Acorn. You know what? I want Kannata in the mix now. I want him to win this next game, and I want it to be even closer at the top. Not between 2 teams, but between 3.
Bro, just think, right? If we get a game where Pollo and Peterbot are eliminated and Kannata does win, yeah, that's it. Like,
yeah.
Yes, I'm changing the script right now. Casters, get ready. Save me. I have to change the script. I'll be right back.
Well, the script might be changing here, folks, because Kannata, Rapid, and Bolts are one of those teams that are also vying for a global championship spot. One more good game. They are so far ahead, away from that 3rd, 4th, and 5th place team.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you look at the standings, it's not even like they had a bad game. They still had an 11th place with several eliminations. It's just that Cold played incredible. Let's see what's going to happen here, though, for game number 10. Major 3 finals game 10 is here. This is the back half of the end of the tournament, Jacob. And, you know, I just want to once again highlight how exceptional that clutch by Cold was, because we couldn't have a 1-point competition if it wasn't for how well he managed to play in the end there. And, you know, it's just the story's writing itself, right?
Yeah, and I feel like everybody that's in contention has had their solo moments. Agers on the first place team. We just saw Cold. We were talking about Rapid. There's so much on the line here, because even the prize pool first to second place is almost $100,000 difference. So there's just so much on the line, which includes those global championship spots, which kind of leads me to kind of start the conversation of, you always talk about first place landing on second place or vice versa. Now imagine the lead is so far ahead from Bugha and the next best team underneath. Maybe they start to control their own destiny.
That's exactly what I was thinking. When are these other teams gonna just go out there and take note of what the best of the best are doing? I mean, very clearly, you know, Fortnite's almost evolving. It's becoming the norm that you can just go ahead and do plays like that. Not only is it interesting for us, the spectators, but it is best interest for you, the player, too. So yeah, Bugha Threats and Craze really want it. I mean, it might just make sense. Hey, Aviv, G Money, you gotta go. Rapid, Kannata, Bolts, you know what? You gotta go, right? Like, someone's gotta stop these other teams too if you want to make it to globals. That's the most prestigious thing that's on the line here, besides, of course, the trophy.
Just 3 more games to get that job done, Monster. It sounds like a lot, but it truly, really isn't. Just 3 different opportunities. You can't make too many mistakes. Eliminations are a must, as Neko. Liam and Zabi over at the first order. They do have 2 eliminations so far, so they're not able to take down the full trio. Somebody around here might be floating around trying to get those reboot cards, but at least for them, they were not only able to get the 8 points for the eliminations, push that team out, and give themselves a chance here to start to loot up and play out the full game and not waste any time.
Quan spent a lot of time fighting his team the last game, just kind of lurking about. Seems like he might be looking to set things up very similarly, but Power Blue's onto this time, not playing that Water's Edge, sticking hip to hip a little bit more closely, given how quickly they were sent back to the lobby last game.
I see him, though. Yep, I would say I see him there. I saw the 3 different arrows. Acorn, your green does not blend in well enough. Luckily for them, though, he disengages on out. Tries to go ahead and play with the rest of the team. He probably just doesn't see them out there, doesn't like what he has, but Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, again, back-to-back games, looking to get aggressive, but it's Peterbot! It's Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo versus Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. They took the fight on over to Brutal Boxcars, and they reached that quickly because of the railing.
I'm trying to figure out why. What's going on here? Where's the personal vendetta in this one? They're probably thinking like, hey, you remember that Major 2 finals thing that happened? Yeah, let's go talk about that. Come meet me at the Boxcars. And they're just here to mess around, putting some tags down. Nothing really turned out from it just yet. I doubt they stick around much longer.
I want to say that, but at the same time, this FNCS has me in a loop, trying to predict what's going to happen, what are on some of these teams' mind, and another one right there. Clix is just dropping down, close the distance, but this is where it gets a little dicey and even a little risky for Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs if they want to continue to push this. Inside of those buildings, there's so many twists, turns, places that you can hide that it is a little bit of a risk to continue to fight it in, but it does look like that's the only thing on their mind right now.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? That whole tweet about Peterbot's gonna fight everyone who wants the Spire. Well, guess what? We want the Spire. We're not good with just top 10. Clix and team want to fight for more. You gotta respect him for trying to do so. Here it is. Clix goes in, but Peterbot is smart and sharp. A big tag there is gonna put Clix on the back foot. Now it's Peterbot's world.
This was a huge part of Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs' game plan up until Peterbot decided to land over here. They fought for the Spire. They pushed teams out. And now the tables have turned coming into this major, and they're trying to stick back to what works. And that's just fighting for the Brutal Boxcars while taking their loot. They didn't take too much time to try to make this play happen, but you said it yourself, the tables have been turned from one well-placed shot out of Peterbot. He does it again. Down goes the Yamzo from one side to the next, keeping everybody on their toes, and he continues to deal a huge amount of damage. Yamzo's gonna be the next one hurt. Clix is now by himself as a solo. 3 mean dogs staring him out, and they're ready to take a bite out of him, but he's fighting back. First shot's gonna land, but it's not going to be enough. enough. You got to give him an A for the attempt, but you got to give Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot an S+.
I can hear Faxity now yelling King Peterbot and all the other kind words. You know what it is and what time it is. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold are here to play. And you know what? That's 12 more points for them as well. You can scratch that 1-point lead. It is what it is. And that's a crazy fight. And you know what? You have to, again, respect Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo. They need to do something more because what's happening up north against Reet, Cooper, Curly, that isn't working either, right? So to mix things up, you know what? It is very entertaining, to say the least.
That's literally putting it lightly, too, as HQ Bleaks just trying to survive. Their duo here rotating around this side of the map. They kind of led over towards the left, the snow biome over on the same southern pool. And you can see why there's not a lot of loot down there, especially since the team is on top of the mountain. But HQ is fighting for his life. Only one build left on the both of them because Bleaks is in the same spot. But he lands a good shot on the blue, dashes out. He's trying to create distance while his teammate Cube is able to actually get the knock. Not able to clean it up, though. That's going to be the biggest difference maker.
Yeah, got to get those finishes, but this team does live to see another day. Just overall having a pretty tough tournament day, though. See those points not necessarily in their favor.
Yeah, I like this right there. He was able to get the down and just... Unfortunate enough, he knew they were right behind him. Low HP, not able to clean it up. Has to use the misform to disengage, but I do like the scrappy attempt to try to survive a fight like that, which they are going to. Shadow, or I should say Curve, Tyler, and Josh trying to fight on the southern end of Canyons Crossing on top of that mountain range. And this is where it gets a little dicey because if you haven't prepared for this fight, you are going to burn through a lot of your materials very quickly.
They're just cranking up right now, but look at this slow side angle here from Curve. Oliver OG doesn't even look to claim it. It just gets down with his team, but they have control of these builds. I'm not sure what all is going down here, but Oliver OG and Blake are losing the plot right now for sure. These are not their builds. How do you end up in all of this just territory of your opponents on a single layer? But seems like they kind of re-control things for a second there. Oliver OG fighting back now. Forcing Tyler, Curve, and Josh to regroup. This is right at the edge of the Canyons Crossing, so there's going to be no one here to bail them out.
There's going to be a third team. I wonder if anybody even saw them kind of lurk in, because I know they're crouched down in the distance. Trying to sneak up, trying to figure out where that opening to the cover is at. Nope, they're striking now, and they get good damage onto Josh. Tyler was already weak, so if they continue to push in, that will be the opening that they're looking for. But you hear the misform come out. They're just going to disengage on out. Blake and Diego also creating a little bit of distance so they don't get pushed out of here. But overall, the full trios up on top are going to be safe, and Curve and his trio down below are going to create some distance.
Just watching it all go down. Oliver OG, Diego, Blake pushing to try to finish up what they started here. Those fresh builds, that's all the information they need right here. Protecting the back right now.
Good minis, no mobility though. Kind of the give and take you kind of have landing on this side of the map. Not as many access to some of those dash sprites. If you don't get a cape, it's almost good luck to you as Blake and them continue to go around the outside of this map. They kind of funnel themselves downward towards Canyons Crossing, and they have one team behind them they were originally facing. There's another team, a fourth overall team on the other side of Canyons Crossing spraying into this direction. Just make it hard for either one of these two teams down below to build confidence in this fight.
Still looking though, Josh, Tyler, Curve, not here to give up just yet. Seem to have kind of regrouped, but look, no material, Jacob. Do they take the fight? Do they try to just gather elsewhere?
Almost risky to do anything. You continue to fight, third parties are there. You disengage, third parties are there. Well, guess what? There was 4 teams. Well, let me introduce you to team number 5 on the eastern side of the mountain and team number 6 to the southern side of the mountain. Might as well just converge on this location, which surprises me because you see the zone pulling all the way towards the north. You'd think players want to be proactive to try to get there, but nah. They need damage. They need eliminations. They're trying to close the gap. Oliver OG is going to be the first one dropped. Curve is going to get credit for that one, but in the blink of an eye, he gets taken down as well. Diego and Blake are forced to fight right back.
Not gonna lie, you know, just moments ago I was like, yeah, no one's gonna come down to the canyons crossing. Who's gonna bail you out? And then everyone shows up. I just can't wrap my head around this. The zone's not even near this area, but somehow this has become the attraction point for team after team, and this couldn't be going down in a worse area because they all get to look down on you and put that pressure in. But hey, Diego, Oliver OG come out on top. They still catch a couple elims. So it will work in their favor nonetheless.
And I think because of those two teams, basically one team winning out, the dust settling, the zone pulling towards the north, you're essentially forcing them to go their separate ways, especially it being this early in the game. Haven't really been able to get your loot, your resources, and everything that you need. The island this time around pulling on over to this side of the map. Kind of makes me question why King, FaZe, or PHN weren't the ones to go for it. So they kind of concede it to a whole nother team on the other side, but they're still making their way over in that direction. I think the way this game has been played out with Peterbot sneaking on over to Lone Wolf, Clicks lurking on over to Lone Wolf, they kind of are just having that double take. Maybe in the back of their mind, they're just worried about teams just hiding anywhere at all.
Yeah, just kind of living in the memory of the game before. You get caught off like that, definitely will do something to you. Booga's not see visuals right there? Oh, I was gonna say, okay, he's behind the mountain. But of course, that visual nameplate, I'm like, wait, was he at the tree and just glanced at him?
Ooh, I like a first. I like a story here. Praise has the chance to qualify his first FNCS LAN. I'm here with it, along with one of the greats, Booga, Threats, and him, longtime teammates. They have the chemistry, and that's why Kelly kind of broke it down perfectly. They were kind of missing something as a part of their team. They pick up Craze, and just new life, new resurgence. Trust in Booga, the IGL. Threats, you know he can get all the damage in the world. And Craze is kind of that clutch player, the fragger that just gets him out of some tight spots like they did to close out Game 1 yesterday, or Game 6.
It definitely will be a nice little storybook finish to his year's end. Can you get that first LAN in the books? Almost set up the next generation for the new year to come. That will be a big deal for Craze. Hickory and Curly underneath the island right now. Plenty of teams kind of in the vicinity, but we're just going to keep a low profile, get the recharges going as they need.
I'm actually surprised that Shrine is even still accessible. Probably the team down below just went straight up top, kind of gave it up, left it for free. They prioritized the medallion, but that's some superhero upgrade. That's some loot that pops out of there. And then replenishing the dashes if you used any. But the zone pulled towards the north, so instead of Kannata, Rapid, and Bolts going on the hunt for their surge on each side of the map, just kind of based up perfectly the island north of Crime City. You can kind of see the near edge of the zone there on the bottom right-hand corner, so it is pulling not only towards the north, but to the northwest overall.
Yeah, you see how prepared they are. Like, just as Kannata was kind of making his ascent up that base there, I mean, so many minis, heals. Look at the base of the mountain, just everything you can really need, of course, to go for trades, go for tags, kick things off here. Agers, Koyo Acorn trying to make a move right now for better positioning. They're going to be in the crossfire of Kannata.
Not too bad. Going into this game, though, I want to point out Agers, Acorn, Poyo in the lead by 1. But due to that Ritual, Cold, and Peter bot fight on Eclixiamzo and Higgs, they scored 12 points. So now the lead shifts back on over to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual in motion by 11. I'm not going to be able to keep score all game long, especially as we end towards the end game. But it just goes to show how back and forth it has been, not just yesterday, today, but each and every game and each and every minute that passes throughout those games. And Aviv, Rise, and G-Money, they're feeling that same pressure. Very, very different than their counterparts at the top of the leaderboard, but they're in 4th place. 454 points so far going into this game, and they have a little bit of a cushion. About a 41-point lead over Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, who are directly on their heels.
Yeah, I just feel like the difference for Acorn's team has been really their ability to execute high ground. They have just gotten it held it. They've done it at the perfect amount of distance between themselves and the other layers. Like, they're making it look very, very straightforward. I mean, we tuned in last game, and like I said, there was almost an eerie silence and ambience because they were on the dead side of the rotation there and with a little bit of elevation, and no one, not a single team was able to give them a little bit of resistance there. So just their execution and their ability so far to play for height has been so excellent.
Uh-oh. Wow. Kind of essentially one pumps him, takes him down. Another elimination, 4 more points. So depending on the eliminations, Acorn's team, 15-point lead, continuing to grow. This is where they do that trick, use the dash, use the launch pad, immediately making their way on over towards that island. And even though it's not up now, you know as well as I do, there's that little circle that knows, like, hey, he's in this vicinity. That's, I think, what they're looking for here.
Looking for something. A little light at the end of the tunnel. Peterbot, Ritual Coldo setting up right now. Let's see what's going on here with Aoxy. You've got a minute for Braids and Visuals, possibly in sight here. Ooh, below the search threshold, though, Jacob, at the Crime City.
Yeah, I feel like those... Obviously, the 3 eliminations matter, but they don't matter as much as eliminations through the mid-game, because that's off spawn. That's only 300 damage. It gives you enough flexibility to rotate through some of these early zones, but when we get towards 5th, 6th, 7th zone and on, you can see that the inability to be proactive to get surge kind of hinders your game plan, takes a little bit less control away from the teams. 152 below, and it's falling further and further because now they have to continue to rotate in towards the northwestern side of the map to where, yes, they're going to get closer to some of these teams, but they're going to be on the heel of these teams where they have a little bit of advantage being able to look back, just like Visual Braids and Diminish are doing.
Yeah, they have proven, Aoxy, JoJo Pipes, that they could be a great endgame team if they could just make it there. We'll see how far they can push it this time. For Visuals, Braids, and Diminish, they have a lot of work to make up for. This is going to be scary either way, and like we said, you got to get to endgame first, though. Visual, Braids, and Diminish with the excellent counter-attack there. And they win not only a boatload of damage, but look at the material refresh for them. This is really good, too, thinking about these mountains that might come into play right now. So, kind of perfect, actually.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think the lobby is hoping it continues to pull west for entertainment purposes. Maybe we go north towards this mountain. Maybe we go towards the east, change the elevation, but active surge. I was thinking I heard something there with the shields being cracked. When I saw Storm Surge active, I was right to think Aoxy is kind of suffering below the damage threshold, trying to make his way in. It instantly gets deleted. Just a tough situation to be in, but for Visuals, Braids, and Diminish, they get another couple of points for that elimination to keep themselves in stride.
What do you think about this positioning right now? Just on the outskirts, leading with the rotate, the first to kind of actually follow the half in, half out away from the congested spots. I think this is just what they're doing differently to everyone else that is giving them a night and day end game performance. And it's just like right in front of you. You would have thought that you could have studied that coming out of day one, but maybe you just couldn't because the lack of games. It's kind of crazy to think that they were taken out in 2 out of their 6 runs yesterday, and they still have more victory royales than the entire lobby can even fathom acquiring in a single tournament. This is just incredible stuff. But look at this highlight here as far as replays for Peterbot getting knocked out.
That's revenge. Zabi took down Peterbot. Peterbot took down Neko, rotating through Lone Wolf, and now Cooper is going to be stuck by himself. He's above the damage threshold. They're being pressured by multiple teams, forced towards the outside. 5-tick zone, but he's starting his med kit. But the audio visual Skittles spots him out and forces him to cancel before he eventually goes down to dash. The team keeping those points in-house, making sure nobody is able to steal those away. And that's a great pick-me-up. Maybe your confidence boost deepen. You're able to take down Cold, you're able to take down Ritual, get eliminations. They have 6 so far. It might be the second half of the day, but I talked about the life-changing amount of money that is up the leaderboard, and higher you go, the more you get.
Yeah, by far the best game for them so far as performances go. Still see a little glimpse of Muzz's team still alive. Sinetto's trio under Surge, but Features, Acorn, just again, they have this high ground, they have the positioning set up, they're the first to start playing for that little bit of height here, and they're going to be the last to rotate once again and just build right on top of the next group of players. This might lead them to another victory. I mean, you're watching it potentially just roll out right before you.
You guys kind of saw that stat for a second. This team right here is 1 win away from tying a record that was set by Pollo himself along with Peterbot. 5 wins in NAC through the FNCS Grand Finals. Pollo, I think, wouldn't say he necessarily plays with a chip on his shoulder, but in essence, baby, all the shine going on over to Peterbot during their incredible and historic run through last year. And he has proven like, hey, I did that too. I was a big part of that team that found that success, and I can do it with you, or I can do it without you.
Look at this, though. Ritual by himself. This is his opportunity. It's his time now to see how far can he push his team ahead. I mean, we saw Cole do, we saw Peterbot do it countless times before in previous tournaments, and Ritual has had his day in the sun, but right now in here, they want to maintain their competitive edge for the back half of the tournament. It's about clutching up. Kannata, Bolts, and Rapid are doing just that too. These is big opportunities now to find some points. They absolutely need them. They want to be in contention for the Grand Championship here. Nicely done there. Great refresh, but no heavy mats being yielded out. I mean, at least Bolts is still cap, so not bad at all. The zone's going south. They got a long ways to go here.
Yeah, Ritual being by himself. This is looking like a perfect scenario for a team like Kannata and them if they want to continue to rise up the leaderboard, close the gap that we were talking about in between games. But it's really all to Ritual. Pollo, Agers, Acorn looking like they're staying alive, but their high ground kind of stolen away, but it's only for now. 8 zone, very, very early for anybody kind of cemented as their own. Ritual somehow, some way found that elimination, staying above the damage threshold. That's the most important thing here as a solo.
Let's go, King. Let's see what he got. Ritual's still holding on. That's definitely exciting. Booga, Craze, and Threats. How badly do they want it? They are still in this end game right now. This is surely a chip on Muzz's shoulder. Ritual looking back inside the storm. You might actually find another set of eliminations here. That's some wood builds right there. They're going to have to break through. He finds one. That's a huge knock there. Don't forget the other one's extremely weak. And players on the sides, though, he jumps into the storm. The greed kicking in right now, but he knows that he's got the miss form. He's got nothing to worry about. The siphon to keep him up as well.
That's 4 more points. That's 4 more points, keeping this one close between them two. We saw Peterbot clutches. We saw Cold clutches. And now we're seeing an opportunity here at a Ritual clutch as well. Oh, well, I'm not saying I cursed him, but he just went down in the feed to Batman Joe. Visuals, Braids, and a Menace. They do have the high ground. Visuals sacrificing the HP to make sure they have a cemented position in the sky through and through, but they look to the backside of zone. That's Acorn, Agers, and Pollo. A huge threat to any team in this lobby.
Well, I looked away, I looked back. How did Diminish Visuals and Braids get high ground? I mean, that'll be a story for a different day, but game 10 might finally yield out some fresh winners here. This is going up and over the mountain as well. Take a look at how far Ritual managed to push, though. He had a couple elims. He had his chance to, of course, do something big, but the edit was a miss. For that reason, he couldn't exit out fast enough. But hey, he did get placement points as he broke into top 15 there. Pollo, Agers, Acorn opting to go to low ground. This might be a signal to the rest of the lobby that they're here to get some elims here and now. We all know this is how you start to win your tournament games here. How far can you push those points? Not a Bolts Rapid still in the game right now. Being actually focused by Agers Trio across the way.
Yeah, they're just full lobby focusing that team right in front. Just not really wanting them to take a step forward at all. Trying to cut off that path. Their time to rotate has definitely come. Pollo landing a couple of shots right before using that misform to disengage on out, making every team that was trying to beat them on the rotation pause and rethink that scenario. As they get to the front side, they go deep into the zone, build some boxes, throw the Medmist smoke down. It's a sacrifice they're willing to make because now they have priority over every one of these teams.
Right below them is Kannata's Trio once again just looking up, getting a couple little chip damage in there, but Booga's team is also giving them something to think about. But it's the mountain that's kind of playing its course here. Look at how they're starting to get suffocated out, losing a little bit of that mobility, not too much flexibility to rotate through. They're gonna have to go up vertically here. Agers, Acorn, Pollo find another elimination, couple mats here to take on the road, but Bolt and Kannata are still in this game here. Bolt has just been the MVP of this trio, and he is proving why. He could just get a siphon. This will give him a lot of opportunity to make some big plays, but it's Agers, Acorn, and Pollo who are just comfortably running things down low, but it seems like they might be run out of material.
Yeah, great plays by Kannata, though, essentially clearing the path for Bolts to move through. Front side of the zone, Misform finds him there. Medallion changing hands as well. Visual Braids and Diminish haven't been tested. Nobody's able to look up because of all the struggles going on down below. Bolts with the Medallion goes up and over, lands another crucial shot onto somebody, but he finally goes down. His run comes to an end, but Kannata still trying to keep this clutch intact for their team, keeping it respectable, trying to overtake Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual on that leaderboard.
You saw what he did there. Misform to the front side, now putting shots on behind, but the edit was open. He does damage Pollo, and Brett's finishes him up. So this is actually evening things out. That's going to unlock him a top 3, a potential second place now. Acorn and Agers healing in the zone. Visual Braids and Diminish might have jumped down a little prematurely. Agers comes back, but no, he gets traded out. And now it's just a matter of time as Acorn is waiting this one out inside the storm. Visuals has no idea where he's at. Shots start to come in from the side. And look at that. They're already at 10 eliminations as a trio. And the win is theirs.
They started this game 412 points, and guess what? Back-to-back games with over 100+ points from a winning team overall. These leaderboards are absolutely being shaken up after every single one of these moments. Even Booga, Threats, and Craze making it far into that game. It's really all dependent when it comes to those global championship teams about how far they go. They're almost playing their separate tournament.
I mean, a win is going to surely be the difference maker to throw Visuals, Braids, and Diminish up into a whole new bracket now, giving a VG Money Rise, definitely a run for their money, right? Like, those are teams that fell a little bit early, Mudshadow and Sphinx as well, so it's going to be pretty competitive. Take a look at it. They were the one taking things into their own hands here. Once they took high ground, they just never looked back, right? We saw almost Agers and team concede. They took the low ground intentionally at some point, but it handed this team the victory royale in the end.
Yeah, and you can kind of see these mountain ranges that you were talking about while casting help them control all of that game chaos. But it's a 10th game victory royale. Zeke, what are your thoughts as we have 2 left?
Bro, this is where we want to be, right, Jacob? We want to be getting VRs. We want eliminations, right? If we're trying to play for one of these spots of global championships, this is what we want. And with only 2 games left to go, this is huge for the trio, right? We still have 2 games, Kelly. Anything can and will happen. Why did you say
2 more games to go for these teams. There's so many teams that are still within grasp of getting to those global championship spots. Fortunately for Visuals, Braids, and Diminish, they do not need to worry about that. And honestly, I don't think they need to worry about the tournament too much either. They've already proven themselves all the way back from Major 2, where they first time performing on the final stage together, had such a great performance. And then, of course, going into the group stages, getting the first victory royale out of group number 2. It hasn't been necessarily the tournament that they wanted over the last 2 days, but regardless, getting a victory royale in game number 10 is definitely going to be setting up them for the rest of the games.
Yeah, I mean, the show's just been so consistent, right? Especially when it comes to making it into the end games, and the high ground from them this game was absolutely incredible. If you go ahead and remove the name tags from the trios, right, you'd be like, oh, that's Acorn up there on high ground. But no, Visuals, Diminish, and Braids kind of proving that they can play that high ground as well, establishing it early on, making sure they apply all the pressure to all of the trios below. Incredible win from this trio.
Guys, I spoiled it for myself.
Oh gosh.
No.
This win puts them in top 4. The standings after this break don't go anywhere.
Little bit
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS. That last game, Visual, Raids, and a Menace get the victory royale. Now finding themselves in the top 4. Now, remember, they already have a qualifying spot. That's fine. We're also playing for money here, right? Them finding themselves up on the leaderboard also potentially means we could be sliding one spot further down for a potential qualifying spot. Either way, though, to take a look at these standings, guys, with 2 games left to go. Look how insanely close this is. So let's just break this up from 10 to 8th, only a 4-point difference, right? From then 8th up to 7th, now we're looking at like a bigger disparity, but then just kind of keep climbing up these standings. We already know that like a single good game could suddenly change these entire standings. And with only 2 games left to go, guys, I'm sure every trio in this lobby is thinking the exact same thing. If I have not qualified, I need to make plays, and I need to make them right now.
Especially when you're looking at those teams in 7th, 6th, 5th, and 3rd. Of course, I'm talking about our top 4 teams that are within contention of getting those global championship spots. Muzz, unfortunately, dropping down just a little bit. But if we have situations where Peterbot goes down earlier, some of our other big teams that kind of control the low and high ground in these end games, that does give one of these trios an opportunity to really climb up the leaderboard. And for the first time this weekend, Vivid, if I'm not mistaken, we actually had a little bit of a ritual solo clutch, although maybe not as many points as Colder Peterbot has gotten. Ritual still able to hold out strong when he needs to provide points for his team.
Yeah, it's great to see him kind of put up that type of performance, right? Because if you take a look at the leaderboard, the difference between them and Acorn now, 39 points, right? That gap is kind of ever so slightly creeping up. And I gotta go ahead and put some importance on this game number 11 right here, right? Because if you imagine, what if that happens again, right? Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, they go down early. Acorn, Aegis, and Polio, they go into the late game again. They get another 2nd place, and that disparity increases even more. And at that point, you only got 1 game left to go ahead and play catch up. That's not enough. So game number 11 is very, very important, not only for the championship of this major, but then also for those qualifying spots, right? When we come back to the leaderboard, paying attention to those, right? Yeah, Aviv, G Money, and Rise, they're sitting in 5th place right now, 518 points. They're 60 points ahead of Booga, Threats, and Craze, right? Booga, Threats, and Craze, they've got to have a crazy game to go ahead and keep themselves in contention. Game number 11, Zeke, it means a lot.
Dude, it's so insane. But just think, and to like, you know, dig maybe a little deeper too. If any of these trios, like we're talking about just Peterbot falling, right? But if any of these trios between 3rd and 5th place fall, dude, we're gonna see going into that game 12, this be that much closer. That like the pressure is on right now, Kelly. If I'm these trios, they just have to be under such immense pressure. And I've just got to, you know, tip my hat to Kannata in this last game, especially. Once again, finding themselves these placements, right? They're not getting a ton of eliminations, but they're finding themselves these placements. Bolts is just nuts, dude. And then again, Kannata to be in this game, it's a solo clutch. To have to be in a situation where we're going, guys, we need to be getting points. Like, we are so close. They are right here. They are at the finish line. They just have to make it over.
Yeah, just like for Peterbot's trio, we finally got to see Ritual pull out a solo clutch. We got to see a little bit of the same from Kannata there. Usually it's Bolts that's able to pull out the solo clutch. But regardless, when you are a top player, when you are in the top of the top for these pros, you have to be able to pull out these solo clutch moments, regardless if that's playing safe on the low ground. Maybe you even go for a solo height take like what we've seen before. But I mean, we're talking about these crazy clutch games that these teams may need. Well, if you look at our teams going for those qualification spots in 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 7th place, each one of them has a victory royale. Within those victory royales, they're able to get double-digit eliminations or close enough. So we already know that every single one of these teams is capable of a 100-point swing, and that might be just what they need, Vivid.
Oh man, I don't even know what to say. Right, it kind of feels like we're going into game number 12, but I kind of hyped it up. It means so much for a lot of these trios right now. I don't even know what I want to see here, Zeke. Just crazy stuff. I do want to go ahead and give a shout out to Bolts though, because statistically speaking, he does have the most solo points to the first 10 games with 49 himself. Quickly followed up by Peterbot with 48. So those solo clutches making a huge difference on the leaderboard. Let's see if all of these trios can kind of battle it out, stay all 3 up, and make it to the end game, and we can have some crazy game number 11.
Oh man, 2 games left to go before we wrap up grand finals in North America. It's fine. Everything is fine. No one's stressed. We're all happy. Everything's great. Let's get ready for game number 11. Casters, are you guys great too? Oh.
I don't know, man. I think I'm going as same as you, Monster. You might be on a cool another level, but you have been in these situations before as well. And I want to shift this conversation. If Pollo continues to play how he's playing, I think that NA GOAT debate shifts from Peterbot to him.
Yeah, I mean, I dropped it in the middle of our commentary like 2 games ago. Acorn's team is the best right now, but remember, they also didn't change their strategy. They have been practicing the Demon's Domain all season long, regardless of what the narrative was a couple weeks ago or days ago, really, with the shakeup that we, of course, seen. It's incredible times now, and game number 11 sounds like it's ready. It's a big time right here, Jacob. We got game 11 in front of us. We got what Vivid is looking to as one of the critical points here for the closeout of the tournament. I think he's spot on, not only for, of course, setting up a potential catalyst for your global championship spot, but it's really a matter of the winner at Demon's Domain. If they walk away with things, they might just have a gap that's too big to close.
Yeah, right now it's only 39 points, and we've seen gaps like that close after one singular game, but that's when there's been a lot of games left. Game 1 over, the next one begins, 12 games throughout it all. I said it's a marathon and not a race, but at this stage in the tournament, it's turning into a little bit of a foot race overall between, I want to say, the top 3 teams in the tournament include Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts in that mix as well, because just one mistake could really change things up going into the final game of the day.
Yeah, they might be 100 points away, but again, with a game buffer, they could close that gap and then be in the conversation to close out pretty strongly. Now, this is going to come at the hands of basically a mistake, right, from Cold, Ritual, Peterbot, and Acorn's trios without anything kind of interfering with how consistent they've been. It's going to be tough to ask for anything more than that. But when you start looking at the points and the way the points are being allocated right now, I mean, this is one of the few times I think we've seen Aegis, Acorn, and Boyo's team, I feel like, keep up in a way that they're keeping up right now. Like, we're talking like leading, or if not, basically neck and neck with overall eliminations, which is very hard to do when you have a Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual type trio dynamic, right? Cold and Peterbot, clearly the usual leaders with the Elim game. So I just feel like they've met their match, right? This is the first time on the region as a whole we've seen 2 such dominant trios run away and go head-to-head like this.
I mean, you did ask me a question yesterday. You said, who is going to stop this team? Who is going to stop Peterbot at the incredible run he was having? I said it. I said, looking at the leaderboard, there's teams that are fighting for a global championship spot. There's teams that are out of the running in terms of the leaderboard. I said, if only man himself is Pollo, but you can include Aegis, you can include Acorn, but let's give a shout out to Aegis. 38 eliminations by himself through these 10 games so far, and it's Pollo who's on top of the damage chart, so they have spots 1 and 2 in terms of eliminations and damage, firing on all cylinders. And we were just talking about Kannata's team, kind of just play it out. You don't have to do anything major, maybe average a top 8 placing. They're finding themselves in a similar spot if they can just have one more decent game here.
Yeah, we need to create a graphic that has like a stat card with all of their pros and cons, and just let me see that, because we need to put everyone side by side, man. Aegis, I feel like, is just not getting the credit he's been deserving all season long, but this major in particular, he really is showing out. and as has Bolts, right? And that's what's really cool about this. We're seeing the best of the best also shine through when it kind of matters on this global stage here. But this is in setup, of course, for the global championship. I know we haven't seen the best showing from, maybe Clix's trio or even Muzz in his trio in the last game, but they are still in this conversation right now. Oh, talk about Clix and Yamzo. Look at them go right here. Take a little fight.
Yeah, it almost seems like they're playing with a little bit of emotion intact. Things haven't necessarily been going their way this tournament. They've been kind of switching up their strategy, trying to get Surge from the distance, lurking up on the teams, and overall just being aggressive. And now we're turning back to the aggressive nature. We always talk about how do you close the lead with not enough games left. You have to go on an elimination frenzy. That's one of the only ways, especially 4 points per elimination. Polio, Agers, and Acorn doing the same thing. They know this team lands down here. This time around, they're able to take advantage. Good damage, and they're keeping them close by. Not letting them heal up, not letting them get any motion in this fight.
Definitely a good set of eliminations right here. Remember, they have to make up a lot of points, right? Like 30 points might not seem like much, but that is a good amount of eliminations in a grand finals type setting. And if you can get them early, this is how you start to pad up your standings here and really give you a run for the top. But also think about where it positions them on the map, right? Remember, we've seen this before where they start playing these outskirts and try to find themselves, kind of in the line of fire of Peterbot's team or vice versa. So for Acorn, Agers, and Polio to start getting around, I think it makes sense, right? You gotta play fast and move fast almost.
Yeah, even though we kind of look at a team just kind of like, you don't want to turtle up too much. We talk about not wanting to make a mistake, but for a team like that, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are going to get aggressive. You know they're going to go for eliminations to try to take the win back. So only time will tell to see how this game closes out. But for Rise, Aviv, and G-Money, we always talk about those global championship spots. Only 2 up for grabs in this major on Central. Kannata, Bolts, and Rapid, 589 points. They start this game over Aviv, G-Money, and Rise, 71 points. But for them, they're in the lead over Booga's team by about 60.
Look at a quick replay right here at Superman Laser Beam once again coming into full effect there. This fight starting to come to a close here shortly. Cyclops, Vlex, HQ pushing down Zonda. Now remember, Zonda's team was fall into the hands of Acorn and stuff kind of earlier in the day, but it seems like they kind of mixed things up, but not exactly the best strategy here as they've just gotten caught off by a different trio instead.
But 4 eliminations so far for a team like this. Good start. Depending on where you place down the leaderboard, each placing grants you just kind of unlocks more and more money. Kind of start to build that chemistry, but Blue is just hiding. They don't know exactly where he was able to disengage from, but he's peeking through that cone. They make one wrong move. He does have the Outlaw, so he will be able to down 1 in quick succession, but it's all about that second one.
Look at the feed.
Ooh.
There's big elims happening right now, potentially as well. All that momentum can change in a moment's eye. Polio, Acorn, Agers getting active right now. Things are starting to collide here. This is a real desperate situation for a Mistform to start coming out. They're gonna have to hit the reset button here. You have Bryce's team here. This is just outside the contention of multiple trios now. I'm just looking at the map here. Everyone's kind of slowed down for a second right now. Acorn, Polio, and Agers, what in the W key are we seeing right here? Are they trying to create such a buffer between them and the opponents? Maybe they're enabling a different strategy we haven't seen from Acorn, Polio, and Agers so far. I feel like this is definitely a little bit more aggressive than usual.
I'm thinking right now. I'm calculating. I'm like a robot. Boop, beep, boop, taking in all the information. It almost seems like they're doing that, trying to isolate eliminations as Cold. Peterbot Ritual, we saw in the feed, they were able to pick this one up on the visuals. Luckily for him, his teammates are still alive overall, but it almost looks like Acorn, Agers, and Polio are looking for a dead side rotate. They saw the zone shift up towards the north, all the way towards the west. They know every team around their POI, all the way up towards the north, including the east side, is going to rotate on that edge, so they're trying to be quick, fast, and in a hurry. Beat all these other teams to the punch, but it seems like Cold, Peterbot, Ritual might have that same plan, because they're heading right in that direction of the first place team.
No, I think they have a different plan. It's not dead side. It's let's find Acorn. There's only so many places they could be. One little false look to the right, and they would have spotted him out. I wonder if Cole or Rich was going to go ahead and do that. Peterbot's going straight for the high ground here. It's going to give them all the visibility on the teams that are fighting nearby. Launchpad's here as well to work with. There it is. Seems like they might have actually spotted something out down there.
They know somebody's there, but it's kind of hard. It's a tough situation to be in. I feel like we've seen this before in group stages. How they got Brutal Boxcars uncontested. They use that rift. They're trying to get out. And that's what I was talking about with the lab. It might be hard to get in. Not as hard to get an exit, but they see exactly the direction they are moving in. So they might not try to beeline their direction right to them, but they are going to be hovering and hounding them the entire way through.
I was going to say, you don't really have to, right? All you got to do is hold them out, get into the kind of their directional, rotational areas, and do what you need to do from there. But map knowledge coming through for Acorn and Aegis Pollo. They go straight to the other launch pad. They veer out even further, and look, they're just going pad to pad right now. I think spider senses are kicking in for them right now. They're like, wait, there's danger nearby. We gotta go. G-Money, Aviv, and Rise, though, still in a bit of a scuffle over there as Acorn, Agers, and Pollo just trying to figure out how to live to see another day right now.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You see this? You see this, right? They dropped the medallion from Demon's Domain. They know it. You are exactly right, Monster. The hairs on the back of their neck was sticking up. They got the chills. They said, nah. This just does not feel right. And this could be a bait. I wonder if this could be a bait possible play. Either way, they are thinking outside of the box here. I'm hyped.
What is going on right now? He's going back for it. It's either a misplay or some 1,000 IQ big brain play to see if they can beat them into walking into some of their territory. But again, there's just so much happening there, and you could tell that Peterbot Cold was on to their heels. But look at this. They lost Ritual. What happened? Oh, the tides might be turning here.
Oh, the 3-2-1. The team fire enough. Smiley and Salt just get the elimination. And I would say, luckily for them, Monster, there is a reboot van just up that mountain. I think Peterbot is already gaining access to that. The biggest thing that they've lost right here is not only the time to rotate to the zone, but the Storm Surge, if any, that Rituals has. This might have put them in a peculiar situation when Storm Surge activates.
Oh, man, I don't even want to know what the comms are like right now for them to just have the opportunity and then watch it slip before their fingertips. This might just be, honestly, the play that sets them all the way back. Pollo, Acorn, and Agers likely just finding, renewed breath here as they see what's happening. And look at this, pushing right through Oliver OG's team, not because they have to, but because they want to. They can just do that. They have the momentum, they have the lead, they have the points right now, they have the buffer room to work with, and the bigger they can build this lead, the more likely they are to get themselves another championship right now. Pollo's gonna put himself, into that 5x conversation, into that GOAT best of the best on NA conversation. It's just happening here and now, right before our eyes.
I'm just waiting for that montage afterwards of Pollo essentially saying, anything you can do, I can do better. You saw the stat, Pollo leading in damage with his team. They went and picked right back up their medallion as well, making sure to keep the entire loot of Demon's Domain intact, finding a couple of more eliminations. And as you said, with Ritual going down, them finding more eliminations, they're putting it in a position to where, yeah, maybe Ritual Cold and Peterbot can win with an elimination, but how many eliminations? It's almost putting them in a spot where they need a historic game in order to overtake that first place spot.
Just keeping things interesting. Remember, this is only game 11 for the NA finals here from Major 3. Kannata, Rapid, and Bolts. We did all that conversation. We almost forgot about Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts are in the running here as well. But look, they're much more passive, right? At this pace, how are you going to close that gap? 710 points now for Agers, Acorn, and Pollo after all the effort they've kind of put in this round. It's just getting further and further away.
Yeah, you can see them just continuing to trade shots from the mountain ranges. On the other side, though, have not been able to get Peterbot back on up just yet. Cold, even though it is relatively early, 1-tick zone, only has the 1 med kit. It does look like that team is following him. I'm wondering if he kind of drew them out away from the attention of Peterbot and Ritual, because you see them over towards Canyon's Crossing, nowhere in sight. So far, you see him on the bottom of the mini-map trying to make their appearance, but he is getting pushed by an entire trio. Cold is going to have to do cold things here.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a tough spot to be in. But we've seen Cold already kind of playing in peak form. And you know what? I think he could do it again, but he's playing smart, taking his time here. It only takes one to be well out of place for him to go ahead and initiate something huge there, and that's a bad edit. He's gonna give away a spot. He's gonna call for backup, but he gets coned up. Look how quickly he pieces him and finishes him off there. And look at that. Aaron's also lit up too, so... Oh, no. Did you forget a wall, son? That's a huge problem. And Cold is here to just do what he does. Already working around the outskirts. Just a matter of time. Misform, baiting, buying more room, Siphon to kick in, finishes off the teammates just because, and now here comes Ritual to back him up, and then they finish it off. My gosh.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean for him to do cold things. I know seasons ago I said he has ice in his veins. They call him cold for a reason, and that reason continues to exist. And that's just amazing right now, because Cold, we saw him clutch up in earlier games for that top 3 to keep things close, and he does it here again, because we know Aegis, Acorn, and Pollo have been going on an elimination frenzy from the south to the western parts of the map, picking up these key points, picking up these refreshes as well, keeping themselves healthy. This is just excellence at its finest. This Rise of VFG money. They get the down onto Booga. And that's a big down for multiple reasons, not just the points, because that's the global championship qualifying race and the team that's on their heels.
Down one goes. Visuals just ticking away. Is there even gonna be enough time for the next one to go through? I don't think so. Wait, he had a big hit. Oh, so close yet so far. And you know, with them falling out, it's not really like they lose much other than big time prizing and overall, you know, effort, of course, as far as like getting this high quality practice in for setting themselves up for globals. But still, no one wants to fall. When you're inside the 5th place, you're making a run for at least the top 3 there.
Less than 50 points now. Even though they've been slowed down just a little bit, I know they're going to be looking for key opportunities to continue to try to pick up the pace in terms of eliminations. Even Shadow is doing the same thing. Him, Muzz, and Sphinx are still in that hunt. They started this game with 435 points. I want to say around 80 or so points out of reach of that 2nd global championship spot. And with Muzz down, that puts a lot of pressure on Shadow and Sphinx. Not in terms of damage and Storm Surge, but to get their full trio up. They are on the clock right now, 5th zone, 24 seconds until it officially closes. I will say the silver lining got to be in this situation is there are multiple reboats towards the backside of the zone, both on their left and their north side of their original drop spot. So as long as they have some mobility, it shouldn't take too long to get the reboot if they have his card.
Yeah, they're not out of it just yet, but I mean, it just seems like things have been going downhill since that Victory Royale. 28 plays, 12 plays, which is, you know, pretty big end game, but you're missing out on the bulk of the points. So it's been pretty tough for Sphinx and Shadow to find their footing. Let's see if they can kind of turn things around right now, but one thing's for certain, they got to make it, I was going to say, make them move fast. Depending on how long they've been in the storm too, though, you got to think about it, Jacob. They might actually catch sickness because, you know, once around zone 7 turns in, if you haven't exited, I mean, that's it. You're cooked.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate too right here. I'm not sure if he was able to get the reboot card or not, but Shadow, Sphinx forced to go 2 separate directions. And it's Sphinx who's drawing the attention of Neko, Zavi, and Liam, just hoping and praying that he can get Muzz back on up, and then eventually if he goes down, they can move on over and get his card. But as we tune in, Cole, he did get another elimination on to Broken, bringing their team total to 6, and this is exactly how it happened, Monster.
Yeah, you like hanging out in a Surge base? Let's just see what happens when these guys start to target you. And then they initiate the fight. Yeah, they're kind of coming up. Looking for a couple more points here. Why not? Take a stab at it. No Elans for Peterbot just yet. Give it a second though. G Money and Vive Rise Pressure starting to build here. The real question is, will they crack? Aviv ends up falling now. Rise super hurt. Medmis has to come out here. This is, of course, going to be a tell to the rest of the lobby, but at least it gets it recovered. Look at that mini map. My gosh, that's a problem for everyone here at the Shafts.
Yeah, all the teams that were thinking it was going to continue to pull towards the north are now having to try to make their way in, which makes that side of the zone pretty congested. You see it going down all the way towards the western edge, even a little bit towards the north as Rise, G-Money, they're able to get healthy there in that situation, but you can see a huge loss in their resources overall. They're a team that is inside of that global championship qualifying bubble, and with 2 games left, hoping to keep that intact with or without Aviv by their side. They know they got to get that job done. Acorn, Pollo, Agers, even though they got to rotate, they knew that team was above, and Acorn just peeking through the cone. Vital information for him and his team as they go ahead and extend their position before rotating to zone.
What an end game we're going to be set up for right now. Pollo, Acorn, Agers also leading the pack with these elims too, just really staying in the conversation right now, staying competitive with Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, who are now positioned up just across from them. They have eyes on what's happening here. It's going to be all rotates coming soon.
Yeah, they're almost like right on that Storm Surge line. We saw him just moments ago, 26, using this elevation before rotation to try to get as much Storm Surge as possible. But with that bird's eye view, they're watching all of these teams start to rotate in, inching further and further away, forcing them to start their rotation. And you see them, instead of just beelining it in, they're continuing to hold that pressure off the top of the mountain, and that's going to give them a clearer picture of what they're working with on that side of the map. But on this side, you said it yourself, it's just so congested here.
Yeah, Peterbot's team was just slightly below right there, but what happens? G-Money takes a huge shot when they exit out, and then the finish of the team has to have been right on top of them. It's Gary and Saul here. Now, Rise does turn around, find elimination. Can he get the second one? These are big and important points. Okay, it's at least going to keep him in the game, but no misform, nothing here to really work with. This is not good. And Rise is going to have to play for another siphon. You might as well heal, do something. Don't sit there and lose time, and Rise might have just given away his global championship spot. We'll come back to check on the standings here later, but for now, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual getting active. Still has 6 eliminations, but they picked up a little more damage now. Bobby starting to focus in on them. Outside rotate, Bryce and team, Acorn and crew. Wow.
Yikes. Yikes. That's all that really can be said out of a situation like that. They go down relatively early. A few placement points, though, in there for their efforts. So with their global championship spot secured and what could be a legacy in the making on the line for Peterbot, that last game, I have a feeling, Monster, is going to be amazing. It's going to be better than cinema. But the teams that are left alive, Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts, they probably saw them go down. And to enter into this game, it was only a 58-point deficit to overtake that second place spot. Obviously, they increased the lead with a few more eliminations, but there are so many placement points up for grab and the opportunity to get eliminations to close that gap.
I'm just thinking about the full picture all season long. We were kind of looking forward to grand finals with the Pollo versus Peterbot clash, and the irony of it has to end that way here for game number 12 if they want a chance to win this major. Now, knowing them, they might just give us the show we're looking for, but for Pollo, Acorn, and Agers, it's just business as usual for them. Because you know what? Deep down inside, Pollo has been the boogeyman. So why sign up for that too is what you have to think about. They're just playing so good right now.
Saying the feed, Yamzo went down, but not before taking down Craze. And Craze was the one that got the eliminations on the G-Money and Rise, trying to close that gap when it comes to qualification spots. But now it's Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow who are reaping the reward, because with no Aviv that has the spot, no Booga who's in front of them on that leaderboard, this is their chance to start to join that conversation in a serious manner going into our final game of the day. But if you look at high ground, Bolts, Kannata, and Rapid, they're looking to not just be a part of the conversation, they're looking to steal the show.
Aviv, G-Money, and Rise had a 60-point stretch over Booga starting his lobby off. and even further for Muzz's trio. So that's going to be huge for Bolts, Rapid, and Kannata. They need a lot more eliminations. So this is a great start for them to start earning some points and at least taking advantage, putting themselves in a conversation for maybe even a second place here. Maybe you know, they could stand to benefit potentially if Peterbot's team takes down Acorn. Who knows what the last game's going to yield, but one thing's for certain, whoever wins this game, if it's Kannata's trio, that's going to shake things up. If Acorn's team doesn't go the distance, Cooper, Reed, Curly playing low ground on the outskirts right now. Definitely a wild factor here in the lobby. Let's go.
Those are key eliminations right there. 4 more points and more because of the placement, knocking that team out of the lobby. They see so much chaos going down around. They're just trying to peek and find that perfect opportunity to get more. There's Bolts, Kannata, and Rapid because so much is going on in and outside of the different layers on the low ground. Nobody has really had a chance to feel comfortable enough to look up. The one team that would, Angers, Acorn, Poyo, they're on that ultimate low ground. They're building space and they're trying to claim it as their own, but Bolts is still going on the hunt. You talked about eliminations being needed. Well, he heard you loud and clear.
Yeah, he definitely has to do something. But look at this, Agers, Acorn, Boyo still standing here, earning placement points ever so slowly. They did everything they needed to do for the elimination, so they have racked up enough. Bolt is still getting active, though. Huge shotgun shots. He has to force his way back to the top of that med miss or misform just to buy him a little bit more time. And finally now, pressure comes from the low ground here, forcing Agers up and out, but Boyo's hot on the heels here. They're doing an excellent job rotating together. Bolt sees what's happening. They know you have to target second height. You can't get them or allow them to get comfortable. And here it is, the clash that we've been waiting for might just happen.
Yeah, and they know exactly where they're at because of the hot potato with that medallion. And there goes a flank right there. Bolty yoinks him in, almost gets that knock and elimination. Poyo, life flash right before his very eyes, but quick thinking, the medallion changing hands. Chug Jug is out. His team's going to build him a path, using the misform to try to get to the front side of zone, buy him time to heal. But I think Bolts might know there's somebody that did not go with him, that is last to enter and might be the first to leave as they continue to target down below. They know if they have any chance at taking that first place spot, they need to figure out a way to take down the Titans. As Fleek steps in the way, Bolts is going to take him out regardless who he is and enters that misform to reclaim their high ground.
This is why I absolutely love the misform in the end game as well. It just picks up the pace of the game. So many opportunities to just prove how far ahead you can be as an individual competitor. And Boyo is still going as well. I know we're focusing in on what Bolts is capable of, but Boyo is standing here strong alongside Acorn. Acorn's gonna fall, he's gonna pick up some material now. Someone has managed to actually reclaim high ground, so Bolts, Rapid, and Kannata are actually distracted here for a second. They have to force their way up top. It's Curve who's just giving, honestly, everyone else time to make a move. Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow Work almost happy this is happening.
Boyo's just buying time. He knows Acorn's going in, trying to be a little bit of disruptor, but he goes down with his last med kit in his inventory. He's forced to use the misform to go in. Sliver of HP remaining, instantly deleted by Kannata, Bolts, and Rapid, but will that have been too late? Now they end up in a 3v3 situation, everything to fight for. Each team trading off downs each. Shadow's by himself, but he gets taken out. The Siphon is going to come into play for Bolts, buying him just a little bit extra time, maybe even more, as Muzz goes down as well, but Shadow has created such distance away. He goes back up, knows Kannata's playing the heal off. Smart play by Bolts here. He doesn't want to give away that Siphon for free, and it works out perfectly. Kannata, Bolts, and Rapid storm through game 11 and take it by force.
Talk about a big game to keep them in the running here and now. Over Agers, Acorn, Boyo, a back and forth fight, and then Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx taking full advantage of the opportunity that was nearly gifted to them because of VG Money Rise fall, Booga Threats and Craze fall, Visual Brazen Diminish out of the competition as well. And all of a sudden now, those that matter are stepping up when it matters, Jacob. That was a great game. And talk about a way to kind of set us up, right, for the finale here to come.
Yeah, and just plays like this. They get the high ground. They know everybody down below has been through the ringer, and they just calm, cool, collected, just get these eliminations and even dive down to pick up the loot like you're watching Bolts here, and that just reinforced their position up above. But we talked about it throughout the course of the game in terms of Peterbot, but Kannata, Rapid, and Bolts, they need eliminations to close the gap if they want to take that first place spot. Well, guess what, Monster? They ended this game with double digits. They ended this game with 14 eliminations after taking down Sphinx here for the victory royale. That plus the 65 points, 121-point game for a team that's all but clutched their spot to the global championship. But with one game left, Monster, we got to throw it to Zeke, Kelly, and Vivid to break down all that actions and lead us to the promised land.
Production, I'm so sorry. I need the highlights of those final few moments of that game. Oh my gosh. 14 elim victory royale, and essentially the tail end of the competition. Oh man, I just spoiled myself on the standings too. Okay, Zeke, focus. What an insane game from the trio, right? What an insane game, Kelly. They have height, and in those moments, and again, I cannot like talk enough about this trio. Again, pressure is on. We're trying to qualify, and Kannata's not thinking, I just want to qualify. I want to win. Bolt is right there with him. Rapid there to support beat after beat. I'm blown away. I'm at a loss for words. It's crazy.
I mean, after yesterday's games where we saw Muzz get 13 eliminations, I was like, there's no way we're going to see anyone get any more than that. Even Peterbot has peaked out at 11 eliminations, but to get 14 elims in the 11th game of the final grand finals of the season, I can only imagine how loud that dig house was. Kannata yelling at the top of his lungs, and with Bolts, Rapid, and Kannata playing exactly like how they like to play. This was their game to win, and they did it with flying colors.
Yeah, I mean, Bolt's just playing on the edge of danger at every single waking moment, right? Constantly dropping down, of course, the misform to kind of back up that type of play style, but just making sure that he and his trio had enough materials to kind of hold that high ground, apply enough pressure. The amount of times we kind of saw him dip down, pick up some of those mats, fly back up, make sure his trio was healthy, and then at the very last moment as well, Jacob kind of called it out, kind of using the misform, returning back to Kannata, dropping the misform, so Kannata had that little bit of an extra boost in the heal of if he ended up needing it. Oh, just crazy stuff happening on NA. Game number 11. I told you it was going to set us up big for game number 12.
Oh, dude, the tech, that's what blows me away. Bro, just think in the moment, you're like, I have a misform. It has 2 charges. You could, if he just used both to try and find that player, find Sphinx, track him down, I would be like, yeah. He misforms up to Kannata and drops him the final charge. To just think about the implication. Kannata's like, oh shoot, something's wrong, misform. Gotta go find some, you giving me time to go look. Oh my gosh, Bolts, you're nuts. Okay. I love Fortnite. We're gonna go to a break.
Yeah.
When we come back, we're gonna take a look at these standings. Your little mind's gonna be blown, so is mine. Get ready, gear up. One final game, Fortnite fam. We'll see you real soon. Welcome back. I've been sitting here trying to contain myself. It is great to see
you
you. Welcome
haven't.
back to the FNCS. I have not. One game. Thankfully, we go to break so I can yell into the ether and you guys don't have to hear that. That's what's great. We are one game away from concluding NAC Grand Finals, okay? All right. This last game, Rapid Kannata Bolts get themselves a 14 elimination victory royale. Let's take a look at the standings to see how close this is. Now, who's in first place? Of course, it's still Agers, Acorn, and Pollo. But look at the gap. It's only 60 points because of that last game. Okay? Okay, now, obviously, Pollo's going crazy. There's a ton of things. We have a minute and a half. Rapid fire me right now, okay, guys? I'm going to talk to it. You guys are going to pick it up. Pollo versus Kannata. Who could look to win? Could Peterbot decide to land on Pollo right now and say, you know what, Pollo, we're going head-to-head for game number 12? Could Aviv and Muzz going head-to-head right now? Only 17 points separating either trio from that final qualifying spot. And of course, if we go down one more place, Booga is 49 points behind Aviv. He'd have to get 49 points to basically tie it up and then look to fight for those spots. Guys, we have a minute left. Rapid fire. Go!
There is already so much that has happened over the last 2 days, over the last 11 games, where players have changed up their drop spots, changed up how they're playing the game, and made those little differences. And honestly, right now, I think that's what we're going to be seeing. And those little differences could be a drop spot change. But are you going to make that risk? It's high risk, high reward. Peterbot going over to Pollo, landing on Demon's Domain to have this final argument of who is better, who can win the off spawn fight. And what better way to do it than the final game of Grand Finals? But is it too little too late? I don't know.
Just a couple of games ago, we were at 1 point difference between Acorn Trio and Peterbot's Trio, and now it's completely flipped the script, right? Acorn now being chased down by Kannata. Kannata went ahead and posted on socials. He was like, it all comes down to the last game. What comes down to the last game, Kannata? The only thing you could possibly be playing for in the last game, because obviously you're already qualified to globals with this great 710 points that you've gone ahead and put up. The only thing you could be playing for right now in the last game is the win. Kannata wants to win as well. What is he gonna have to do, Zeke? I've got no idea. I don't know. I don't know.
Do you understand where we're at? Do you understand why I'm losing my mind? Because there's so many things happening here in NA. We are here at the tail end of the competition. This is it. This is the finish line. We are watching all of this unfold before our very eyes. One final game. Fortnite fam, lock in, okay? For any of these trios, right? Pollo's trio, Kannata, Peterbot, Aviv, Muzz, Booga, any of these trios could either play for the win or play to qualify for the global championships. This is it. The last ride. Casters, take it away.
Monster, I feel right now coming into this game 12 that these players are the gladiators in the arena, and I'm looking out in the distance watching everybody at home, and I got one question: are you guys not entertained? And that entertainment continues because the final game of the tournament starts now.
Game 12 has arrived, and we have ourselves that 3-horse race that we were waiting for. And talk about a better time to make it happen here and now, with Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts hoisting themselves straight into the competition. But you know what? Agers, Acorn, and Pollo, my gosh, talk about absolute masterclass performance so far here. Just perfect execution day in, day out, and we are gonna get what we want to see go down here.
Ring that bell, ding, ding, ding. Let the match begin. All season long, watching on Aussie's stream, 30-something, all for this fight here. Cole gets the gun. He's able to chase Acorn around, who has absolutely nothing. Agers gets one for himself, but he's gonna fall. Peterbot and Ritual are the last two alive in a situation that they could revive Cole, leaving Acorn all by himself.
Just like that, the tables change with a pickaxe and a swing. The support system comes through for Peterbot, Ritual, Cold, and Acorn. You can run, but buddy, I don't think you're gonna be able to hide for much longer. They're making sure they have no odds at losing this one, and Acorn is just hiding out here down in the low ground. I think something's gonna happen here that's gonna give away his position here, but it looks like the real kings of the Demon's Domain will be Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
Oh my gosh, and already you see that lead be diminished in this one game. Peterbot takes matters into his own hands, is able to drop the first, get the elimination onto Agers, who was the difference maker with the weapons, save Cold, and take down Acorn. This is exactly what we wanted coming into Major 3, and I hope everybody is happy because we got that treat.
I absolutely hate that I was grinning just ear to ear watching this all go down because Agers, Acorn, and Boyer were so deserving, but at the same time, it just makes you wonder, what can you do to stop Ritual Cold and Peterbot? It's like when they want something done, you have never seen a team in Fortnite's history just go out and take it, right? And they're doing it here. And like you said, the point gap now starts to shrink. For Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts to have a chance to race to the finish line. They really genuinely do. Ritual Cold and Peterbot, that might be the momentum and honestly the mood shift that they've been looking for, because the last couple games, Jacob, we have had a somewhat out of the ordinary performance from them, right? You know, 14, 15, that's not usual.
Just looking right now at the points, a 30-point deficit to second place right now. And with those eliminations, they already dropped it down to, I think, 18 points to behind Kannata, Rapid, and Bolts. But you know, I know, everybody at home knows who's had their eyes peeled out Fortnite competitive. He's not fighting for second place, so he has to do one of two things. Drop an historic elimination game to not only take the spot over Acorn, Agers, and Poyo, but pass Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts if they don't go down, or they're gonna have to go on another hunt. They're gonna have to figure out where Rapid, Kannata, and Bolts are at, take them down, and finish off this game with a win over the game.
Yeah, none of those are easy asks, right? You got to go across this entire map. You have to be deadly accurate now. And, you know, again, yesterday we talked a lot about this. There's contingency plans for teams like Acorn and company, all right? They've been planning this the entire year, but not necessarily a contingency plan for, well, what happens when Kannata's up there? What happens when G Money Rise and Aviv are running things, right? Like, these are just, you know, unforeseen circumstances. And, you know, this last game really is going to be up for surprise. But we know for certain that Kannata, Bolts, and Rapid surely have downloaded what just happened. It's all starting to process here and now. And we're going to get to see if they can actually perform under pressure when it matters most. I know Bolts has been here before, Kannata and Rapid as well. However, it's been a while, right? It's been a while since you had this opportunity unfold here.
I just want to take this moment to say congratulations, though, before this one ends, for Kannata reaching its 28th consecutive FNCS finals. His point lead is so far ahead. You know, he has that one locked in, which kind of leaves only one more spot up for grabs. And you're looking at other teams when you light down that leaderboard. Aviv, G Money Rise, Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx, Booga, Threats, and Craze would be those top three teams to look at. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The lurk, the sneak, Magma's gonna be first, box to box, already Bolts is there, trying to chase down. That could be another elimination if they get this other wipe. This is 12 more points. They're going for the win here.
I like this. This is exactly what they need, because if you don't, you know what's gonna happen. Everyone that's right behind you are gonna start running their way on up. Kannata, Bolts, Rapid, playing as sharp as ever. Front side, Kannata kind of leading the charge here, really showing us just how mechanical he is. Don't forget what he's capable of. Yeah, he might have put that IGL hat on for quite some time, but there's a reason he made it to the top. It was off of his mechanical skills here. Where's the backup, though? They got to end this one quickly so they can get a move on, because this is deviating away from their usual strategy, sitting up in big bases, right? Going for exchanges. This is definitely a stake at earning points, trying to play fast, and we all know when you start switching stuff up, Jacob, bad things can happen.
Ooh, just a tough angle right there. Exactly that. There's too many risks going down right here in this fight. They do have the elevation advantage as they're trying to smush that team further and further down. You see Kannata take another approach, going on their layer, and he's trying to just funnel them into one direction from the ground up this time around. Sees the footsteps, no scares towards the left, causers as well. Positions are not going to be hid, but they spot out Kannata. They land that first shot. Not going to be a game changer, but that one surely is. Kannata has just gone down. Bolts and Rapid need to figure out if they want to stay or go.
I'm seeing a little bit of the hesitation from Bolts. I didn't want to call it out too early, but he was only down 20 HP, and he's stopping the Chug Jug, almost leaving Kannata out by himself. I have questions about what I just watched go down. This fight should have started and ended so much sooner, but I think we are watching championship jitters on Rapid and Bolts. I'm not even kidding here.
That could quite well be a possibility because we have not seen this in 12 games so far. This is the first time they're just keying over from Crime City, knowing that, honestly, you can't just expect these players to have a bad game. The only reason why Agers, Acorn, and Poyo are even down is because of contested fight versus one of the other grade teams on the region. So they're trying to just keep as much control underneath their own hands as possible. Unfortunately, Kannata goes down. Bolts immediately uses that launch pad to disengage, but because he did that, Rapid stayed, and that full team is leaving. And so Rapid will have a chance to get the reboot card. This is not the last we've seen of this full trio.
Crazy to think they get to count their lucky stars, you know, to just kind of stay in the running right now. Because if it was any other team, they might have just finished the fight. They might have actually had just enough awareness to recognize, wait, there's still one player left. We actually have this. But neither here nor there. These are the cards we've been dealt. We get to see it continue to go down. Damage, we know for sure they're going to be way behind on that. So this is only looking better and better for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. And by the way, I guess we can solidify here. Well, I guess we can't say for certain yet if Poyo won't be the 5X, but so far, so good for Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual.
And they're literally getting everything this game. They got Demon's Domain, they got the off-spawn eliminations, they got the Spire, Island spawning, or could in theory spawn right there, but I think it is gonna go towards the north, so not just yet. Not everything quite yet, but you know what they want. They usually get. Taking control over this lobby right now, floating around Foxy Floodgates. There is different amount of rotation here that's naturally in the form of a launch pad. Just trying to wait and see where this next zone goes. I do believe it is going to continue to pull towards the north side of the map. The Rise, Aviv, and G-Money, they are currently in second place when it comes to that global championship spot, and they're not trying to lose control of their own destiny. Great elimination onto Noxie. That brings them from about a 17-point lead to 21.
It's a big deal. Muzz's team is close, but the more G-Money's team starts to break away, the better. Oh, they only get the full team Elam. Look, they only get 4 off of this, so I was under the impression they might have actually gotten a full finish, but this might be the same kind of song and dance we just watched play out with Bolts and Rapids team where, you know, you get in those positions where the finish line is right there and you're like, wait, maybe not. Maybe let's not take this fight. You do something a little different. You play a little more passive. We'll see if they end up regretting it later. Not going to finish that fight. Not only for the damage they'll probably need here in the last game, but the points. Those points are going to matter.
Yeah, well said. And you're kind of seeing it affecting their game plan right here. Just traveling towards the whole eastern side of the map. The slow rotation where they're hoping they're not having to run into too many teams. Hoping that the surge they were able to accumulate is going to be enough. But as Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual go and contest the Demon's Domain, that leaves Brutal Boxcars free as can be. Spire lands over there, and when teams in the feed see the eliminations, they know who goes down, what's going on, they try to make that a part of their game plan, and that's why Clix, Diabzo, and Higgs back to what they practiced when those teams were actually contesting each other, fighting for the Brutal Boxcars, getting the Spire, getting a huge upgrade in their loot, and those superhero rank upgrades on top of that.
Those ranks definitely make a difference. We've seen them kind of change the dynamic time and time again, but here it is. So Bolts, Rapid, Kannata, again, a little bit of a rocky start, you know, but seems like they've recuperated themselves. They've kind of got themselves back in the game. I'm looking at the loadouts. Things seem to be pretty decent, pretty stable, but we know for certain all this time spent back here at the Crime City means they haven't spent time farming damage. And that's going to have implications here in the coming moments. It may not right now because it's the last game, so things are moving a little quickly, but it will end up coming around eventually.
Yeah, I feel like this tournament's been a game of inches for a lot of these top teams here, playing for the competition. They're also losing a lot of information and priority towards the front side of the zone because they're not seeing all these teams pick their spots because they're so far back behind the curve of what they hope to go up until this point. Booga Craze and Threats, another team on the heels of a global championship slots. And so far, they've made it a focus for them to rotate out of Utopia and go as quick to the north side as possible. So that way they can get their position and worry about Surge as a secondary as opposed to first like they normally do.
Yeah, I'm just continuously glancing at that standing, just trying to see who's where, how far do some teams have to go, how consistent have they been, is this a good day, is it a rough day for Booga, Craze, and Threats? They haven't really got to touch that end game, not in the way that we've kind of seen them do in day number 1, where they were breaking top 5 regularly, and they did have a victory royale. So far, though, Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow trying to do the same. They just came off that second place. They got that first place win. Have they managed to break that mid-game curse they've been battling with so far?
If any game is going to be the game to kind of break it, is going to be this one, where they get a favored zone towards the north side of the map this time around. And battling through so many different trials and tribulations throughout this tournament. They're putting themselves in the best position, but so is this team here. Rise, G-Mini, and V. Very, very similar road. Contested one time, non-contested, contested, uncontested. The mind games teams are playing on them, but for them to be able to hold tough throughout each and every one of these moments, putting themselves honestly in the right spot, inside of that bubble when it comes to the second and final spot for Globals, as Bolts, Kannata, Rapid once again find themselves in a tough spot at the edge of the zone. That's Golden, that's Mason, and that's Chimp as well, rotating right in front, and then a whole nother trio trying to beat him to the punch. And this is what we were talking about, Monster, when we're saying going down early. Even if you're able to get that healthy reboot, you lose a lot.
Yeah, it's Clix's team that's off in a distance there, trying to get the lead to the front side of the Brutal Boxcars right now. And you can see them just about to set up and base up on the outskirts. Kannata, Bolts, and Rapid likely read this positioning well and say, yep, we're not going to go that way. They're going to have to break off into a different direction, give themselves a little room to work with. Here we get an update from Peterbot's team up top. They're not too far off. They could just end up clashing here with their immediate competition. And if we know anything, we know they probably have been doing their research.
Yeah, trying to figure out when and where Kannata, Bolts, and Rapid are going to make their appearance outside of the zone. They see the first team. I don't think it's them. But for them,
they don't know.
No matter who it is, that's a possible 4 points per elimination. That's a 12-point swing right there if they're able to take down the full trio. A whole nother team making their way in towards Brutal Boxcars, but you see the marks on the minimap. Bolts, Kannata, and Rapid are not too far away from what is going on here. And if they hear the noise, you know as well as I do, they tend to get a little noisy, seeing what the third party is. How can they use that to their advantage?
You know, they're thinking about, okay, why is this team playing so passive, right? Could this be Kannata's trio? Obviously, you know, these guys are trying to decipher every little read possible to see if they can just get a hint of who's who and where's what. Even those skin details will play a factor in them determining what team's what. So for now, they might have seen enough to recognize that's not the trio they're looking for. Bolts, Kannata, Rapid now on the move here, though, back inside the building of the boxcar. Trying to get back situated here in this game. This is a desperate reform here as the map is pulling pretty further away. They will end up crossing paths with Clix's trio and Peterbot's trio here shortly. I do think that's their team off to the right. And there, they might have spotted them.
Yeah, I'm locked in on the colors in the mini-map. Orange for Peterbot's team, green for Kannata. As soon as I see those colors come in close contact with each other, I'm thinking it's on, it's game time. They might not know how close they actually are, but it's definitely going to be a scary situation. Booga, Threats, and Craze, though, lurking up onto Muzz. May not know that's exactly them, but that is the team that they have to go through. One of two teams if they want to qualify for the Global Championship. And for Booga and Threats, it's to remain perfect in terms of qualifying for these lands.
This is big. This is like their little Global Championship fight right here. We're watching it all go down. Oh, no, Muzz. Okay. Oof. Jumps off the cliff there. Could have got 3-2-1, but that doesn't mean Sphinx or Shadow safe. Oh, Sphinx finds himself a little bit out of position. Threats needs to stop moving or they're going to give away the spot. Crazy's going to end up opening here. There it is. They initiate, but they miss. Sphinx reacts super fast. Luckily, he had dashes on standby, and he backs off. fight happening right here. Below the threshold for Kannata, Bolts, and Rapid, they haven't done enough. And that's all because of that kind of slow start they had, that initial knock onto them. They will be forced to take this fight right now.
Yeah, they changed things up so much. It's not exactly the change they were looking for. 100 damage below, one well-placed shot could change things up. But right in front of them, that's Golden. That's Mason in their trio on the other side. This is where it gets tricky because now the lobby is starting to gain notice. They're starting to focus their attention in this direction. 284 below. They're falling further and further. This is the recipe for Peterbot Cold and Ritual success, but it's not going to come without a fight. Kannata makes his way in. He gets the knock onto one, but he immediately goes down, and they're not even above the damage threshold. Another one's going to fall. Rapid is out. It's all up to both by himself, and it's Peterbot Cold and Ritual. They're the ones shooting on over, and they get eliminated. Now this is just a one-horse race.
Of course, it's Peterbot Cold and Ritual there to answer the call when it matters. And now all they have to do is ride their way to an end game and earn 80 more points. Now that is not easy though. Let's make this very clear. This is a big game they're going to need to put up still if they want to be the champions. Agers, Aquin, and Pollo do have an opportunity to still hold the line here.
They just need, mathematically, the quickest math, they just need one elimination and a win. One more elimination and a win. Obviously, they can close it with even more eliminations there, but it's Peterbot, it's Cold and Ritual. What they have been doing so far, I feel like not very many players can say they can do that exact same thing, and the ones that say they can are probably out of this lobby already. Achieve Money, Rise, and Aviv, they're realizing what's going on around the lobby. Timing is of the essence. Eliminations are being taken away, and they're almost 500 damage above the threshold. What is this last game?
Yeah, they have a long way to go. They need to finish this whole entire team, get the wipe here. And he's only got 21 builds, so this is much more than just a fight. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, though, pressure coming in as well for them. They have face-checked the Yamzo. Clicks and Higgs' trio here on the side. And now Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual do have a track record. They have a historical record. They love to win the last game on these major type tournaments. So I'll keep them in the running here for now. But Aviv, G-Money, and Rise do fall there on the picture-in-picture. And just like that, their spot's now up for grab for Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx to potentially overthrow. Or Booga threats and Craze to jump even higher.
My man Levin on EU is probably saying this right now. Cinema. This is cinema at its finest. Aviv and them 546 points. I don't know what they're currently at, but starting this game, Muzz was at 521. Starting this game, Booga was at 489 points. This is truly coming down to the wire. A mere elimination, a placement point could play the difference in somebody's FNCS continuing and somebody having to sit at home and watch it all with us.
And this is crazy because it's an end game on the top of a mountain, right? So naturally, it's going to favor the teams that get there early. Peterbot's team just literally positioned up on top of one of those predetermined bases that was already up there. So they're actually setting themselves up for the victory condition. I think they're noticing all they need to do is get these points. Look, they marked out Taki's base. They could either go for the fight, try to secure the elims, or play it nice, slow, and steady, but give it a second. Yamzo, Clicks, Higgs, just keeping us entertained here and now on the edge of the mountain here, fighting their way through Curly's trio. They're going to find Cooper there. Just a little bit of an offset as they push off Reet and team.
Much better position than they're in some of the previous games. 500 plus damage above the threshold for them. Just trying to close out strong. They realized what happened this FNCS, but they already have their global championship spot secured. So for them, it's about finishing strong and go next. They got the global championship in their lines of sight for now, but still a comeback is needed. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, 3 eliminations, 500 damage above, and you can kind of see it right there in the mini-map. I know there's a marker and a bunch of other players in the way, but they have pulled zone as well.
This is it. Here comes the breakout. Here comes the pressure. They have the zone. The stars are lining up. And they say fortune favors the bold. They have been just that all day long, all weekend long, challenging their immediate competitors. really trying to take fate into their own hands right now. The combination of a few things are starting to happen here. The zone's not going to be forgiving to anyone here. It's going to start pushing its way off the mountain down towards the lake. And that's going to mean you need a lot of material. This is going to be a matter of, can you go the distance? Do you have the stamina? This is a marathon, not a race here in these types of end games, but for Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, they have options. It's not going to be easy, though.
Still 72 points down. Muzz is being spotted on the backside right now. His season is on the line. Is determined by him being able to make it out alive and pass Peterbot. Luckily for him, he slides into home plate. He's safe for now, but there's more innings to go in this game as 500 damage. That might not be enough for them as they spot out Visuals, Braids, and Aminus toward the backside of the zone. They begin to make it their focus, and this is where teams have to watch out for. He does have the exotic pistol, the shockwave effect, the first and last bullet in that clip. The way Peterbot uses it, shoots one, reload, so he constantly has that shockwave effect out.
All right, we're in that position now. This is it. Teams fall. Points will be given to others that have managed to stay alive. Shadow, Muzz, and Sphinx. Global championship opportunity on the line right now. Visuals, Braids, and Aminus are one of their immediate competitors, but they've already made it, so this is just a matter of points for them right now. Aminus, Braids, Visuals, kind of on the edge of the zone here. It's going to push back over the mountain. This is really good for Peterbot and Ritual right now. That gives them a lot of time to go in and work with it. But there's so much congestion beneath them. Look, there's no real opportunity available to them yet for eliminations. Finally now, everyone kind of has to come out of those burrow shells. And they have a chance here to earn some points.
704 placement points continuing to move in. Visuals gets one on the vert. Blue goes down, Sonetto as well. We talk about the prize money, and that's exactly what some of these players down below. Every elimination, every placing could be 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 10,000 more dollars in their pockets. But they just have to continue to survive through that chaos that's down below. Meanwhile, they're up above, unchallenged. You talked about the different elevation change that's going on with this zone. Nobody's really going to get a chance to look up, but Muzz, Shadow, and Sphinx, they claim another elimination. Only their second of the game, but slow and steady wins the race.
This is it. This is very good for them right now. That's going to keep them competitive here. Ritual's going to play to the front side now. Peterbot's starting to work his way down. They're starting to gas out of material. They need a refresher yesterday. This is starting to slow down for them. Now notice Peterbot is reloading to force the shockwave damage shots off of these teams here to give them all that distance. Plenty of options here. Muzz starting to open up the edits too.
Peterbot still dropping down. Muzz just trying to put fire down from above, but they get sidelined. They get sidelined. Down goes Sphinx. Muzz forced outside of the zone. No miss for him, so he's gonna go down as well. Shadow, I don't know how much pressure you faced in your life, but it does one or two things. Pressure either bursts pipes or makes diamonds. Now is your chance to shine bright like one.
Wait a second, Peterbot just hit himself back into the storm on accident. They're running low on material. This is the first time in a long time we've seen them not earn any points this late into an end game. They might not have enough. They need to win the game and get a single elim or get a lot of elims. And right now, we're not seeing elims add up. This verticality is working against them. King, PH, Zin, and Phaser take the high ground. Iamzo is going up to give us a win for a finish as well.
Peterbot shockwaving them all off of high ground, said, nah, you can hold it for now. Keep my C-Mord because the king is coming back to take his throne. This team doesn't want to take part in just another FNCS monster. They want to take over this FNCS, prove a point, claim his 6th FNCS championship, and right now they're well on their way up the mountain. It's claiming so many players down below, forcing them into the first order base where there might not necessarily be an exit. Shadow, he goes down. At least he made inside of the top 8, but where does he land on that leaderboard?
Listen, I'm seeing a lot of placement points and not a lot of elims up top. Cold, Ritual, Peterbot still haven't been gifted. And what do you think about this? A 3v3 clicks Iamzo. Higgs looking to get revenge here. They got taken out before. Can they stand through the power that Cold, Ritual, and Peterbot are laying down here? But no, they run away. Potentially to be, again, not found for elims here. Not by this team, at least.
I'm not going to say it's scared by any means, but I feel like this is the smartest, the most calculated we've seen them play. But now is the time to crash. Now the build. Visuals goes down, but Higgs clicks. They're the ones who got
There it
both of
is.
those. Finally, Ritual is able to get one, and the dust has settled. They got their 4 eliminations. Now they just need to win out, and when the only healthy teams left in this game, minus Cold, of course.
Got a menace here in the mid-ground. Clicks the Iamzo. Iamzo going up for height, just kind of baiting here. But Cold is very, very weak. He's going to go and initiate things down below. Minish, kind of that mid-game factor here. That's a Siphon being rewarded. Cold's going to fall. Peterbot's hit. He doesn't see the side shot come through, and Iamzo tags him once. Iamzo's going to get the Siphon too. The jump shot. He's invisible. Peterbot can't be seen, can't be tracked. Misses the Siphon. Iamzo's still in the game, but Ritual stands and wins the game by a heel off in the end, and just like that, Jacob, they do it again.
Oh my God, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. And what they can agree as probably one of the hardest fought FNCSs of their career. I cannot believe what we have just witnessed. They realized where they were at in terms of the leaderboard. They realized who was in their path, and one by one, they took down first place. They took down second place. I know I called a point estimate, but now I'm even able to second guess it, Monster, because did they do it? Did they complete history? Even now, I'm starting to doubt myself.
I mean, when you end the tournament with a win like that, and the elims start to add up, it has to feel like it was enough. But only time will tell. Game 12, one thing's for certain, Ritual, Cold, Peterbot has solidified themselves once again as one of the most legendary trios NA has ever seen, Jacob.
I just couldn't believe it. I know we talked about that threshold for them to win, but what was the point difference? So many times, Monster, we've seen teams talk about taking it into their own hands. They just did it. But that's going to do it for myself and one of the greatest commentators ever, Monster D-Face for Major 3. Next stop is the Global Championship. But Zeke, we need to know who's going there.
Fortnite fam, did you just watch the game that I just watched? What the heck just happened? Kelly?
Zeke,
Vivid?
from start to finish, that was the best game we could have absolutely got. So many questions that just kept on adding up as the game went on. I thought that we would have our answer once we saw that Peterbot landed on Poi over Demon's Domain, but when it comes down to it in the final moments, there's just a few points separating them.
Guys, 3 points.
Let us know.
Difference of 3 points. Here we are once again, a difference of 3 points. Your Major 3 champions, Peterbot, Ritual, Cold. 3 points separating them from first and second place. What an insane tournament to think, Vivid, to think all year long. We've been watching these guys go head to head, and then they decide, you know what, in Grand, it's not gonna happen. For 11 games, we're not gonna land on you. Game 12, Vivid, game 12, they land on them and go on to win?
How is this the storyline? Absolutely crazy. Throughout the day, we had a moment where they were 1 point away, and then it seemingly felt like the gap was too big. They couldn't catch back up. Acorn was sitting pretty upon the throne, but the throne, the real one that needed to be claimed to go ahead and take the championship home, was the one over at the POI that they both tried to stake a claim at throughout the entirety of the major. And Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual do the unthinkable. They make the call, Kelly. They go ahead and contest them off spawn. And not only that, not only does it come down to game 12, it comes down to the final elimination. We did some math beforehand. We knew that they needed 7 to go ahead and secure it. They had 6 right there. And the final moments, they pick up the last one. 3 points, Kelly. They win by 3.
So many people were trying to stop their run there. There was so many opportunities for them to go down, but they refused to fall short, having the players from Brazil try to steal height away from them, and it looked like they were gonna do it. But Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual said, no, this is our game, this is our region, and we're going to show you why. once again, the back-to-back Major 2 and Major 3 champions,
Yeah.
Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, prove to the world that they are the best team. And now they're gonna go to Globals in a month's time and prove it all over again.
I cannot believe the games we got today. I am just blown away. Congratulations to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. Wow. We can't forget though, obviously there's still 2 spots going to the Global Championship. Who has qualified? Who secured one of those spots? Well, I can go ahead and confirm Kannata, Rapid Bolts.
Yep.
They made one of the 2 spots, but who made the other? If you look on 4th place, Visual, Braids, and Diminish, they're already qualified. We go down 1 more placement. Oh, wow. Muzz, Shadow, Sphinx are going to the Global Championships. We won! We did it, Muzz! Let's go!
To being grieved, to going through last chance qualifier, to being contested, and now finally going to Global Championships. Muzz, Sphinx, and Shadow, one of the newly formed trios out of this major, prove why you cannot put them out. This was their tournament to show everyone that they deserve to go to Globals, and that is exactly where they're going.
Instantly hitting the socials. Muzz is going ahead and showing his emotion, showing what it feels like to go ahead and clutch that one up, right? We're watching the win happen. Peterbot's taking it home over there in the final game of the day as well. Shadow clutching it up as a solo when Muzz and Sphinx go down, making sure that they are sitting comfy in 5th place. Wow, I can't believe it. You gotta feel a little bit bad for Aviv, G Money, and Rise, right? They were holding on to that spot throughout, it seemed like the entire day, but unfortunately in the final moments, they went ahead and fell short. And of course, the other trio that's gonna be ecstatic about their qualification as well, it's of course Kannata, Rapid, and Bolts. We know exactly what that decal sounds like right now, don't we, Zeke?
Dude, they have got to be just going absolutely crazy. I just cannot believe. And just like, again, think about how this all kind of started with that crazy 14 elimination victory royale, right? We went in and we're trying to win, but guys, they've been playing so consistently all weekend long, putting up the numbers to end on 710. To be, you know, over 100 points ahead of 4th place. I'm just blown away. Kelly, this is one of the greatest weekends of Fortnite. We're not even at Globals yet. We're not even there yet.
But you know who will be there is Kannata, which means that he is now the player to make every single grand finals in the FNCS ever. And although I want to give him all of his flowers, I do have to give praise to Bolts during this tournament. He absolutely put on such a show time and time again. We're going down to a solo clutch, bringing out all the eliminations. I am just so glad to see the Bolts that we're seeing this weekend.
I mean, incredible stuff from the trio as a whole. Incredible stuff from the region as a whole. What an absolute classic that we just got to witness. Entertainment through all 12 games, even in the groups, all the way through the grand finals. Oh my gosh.
Man, I don't even know what to say, man. I don't even know what to say. I don't know how NA does this every time, man. We get to the finish line, and when we look at these trios, we just think, yeah, that trio's got it right. And when we get here at the finish line, it's like, nope, it's going to be coming down to the wire. It is going to be game 12. They are going to go head to head. Man, Fortnite delivers once again to the players. Thank you so much. Let's take a look, though, and see a more complete picture of who is going on to the next stage, the Global Championship. Here's a look at your players from Major number 1. And to think Baser, King, and PHZin were competing here this weekend and placed 9th overall. That is terrifying. Oh my gosh, Kelly, I'm shaking. I am so hyped right now.
And this is just the first set of qualified teams going into major number 1. We got major number 2 here, which was really the meat and potatoes of all the trios that are going to be going on to global championships. But of course, we were still missing a few. But over this weekend, we have found the rest of your trios going to Lyon, France in, oh my gosh, in like just a little over a month. I can't believe we are already so close to the global championships, Vivid.
I can't wait, right? Reading through some of those names, can't wait to see all of those trios up on the stage battling. And now the storylines, they're all going to come together in one place. This is what all these players wanted for all year. They want to qualify to globals, and that list right there shows us all of the players who deserve it the most. They've went ahead and earned that, and now they all get to go fight for a global championship. No pressure, no pressure.
Oh my gosh, what an unbelievable weekend of Fortnite. Oh my gosh, this is why I love Fortnite, man.
Yes.
These are those moments that it's just like, this is unlike any other game. Oh my gosh. Kelly and Vivid, just thank you guys so much for being here with us, for breaking things down, for just giving us insight, for making us think about things in ways we've not thought about them. Before we kind of start saying goodbye, I would just love to hear from you guys. Next step, globals, baby!
I am just so grateful for the competitors, the viewers, all the watch parties that are going on. The Fortnite community is so ravenous for good competitive content, and it seems like every major NA just provides so much. The story that we have built up from the start of this year, now going all the way to the global championships, I am so proud to be a part of this scene and to get to watch it, and especially getting to watch it with you guys. I know we are like, this is our jobs, we're here to bring a show for you guys, but all 3 of us are also geeking out in the green room watching these games. It has been an absolute pleasure.
It has been awesome. Yeah, everybody being so invested makes for an awesome major. One of the classics for sure, right? Everybody providing reactions, everybody putting their opinions out on socials, thinking about this, that, and the other thing as well. And shout out to all the players who are, you know, some of them are seemingly more willing to go ahead and put themselves out there for some of these awesome little pieces that we get to see our eyes upon. But yeah, for now, thank you, NA. Thank you to everybody watching. And thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Zeke. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, MDF.
Guys, Fortnite fam, thank you so much. Without all of you and the support you have for this game, we couldn't do this, right? It's you guys, your love, your drive, your passion. And as players, it is also for the same for you guys. You guys come in and you put on these unbelievable shows for us that we just get to watch and just marvel at. Thank you so much. The next step for us is the FNCS Global Championship that is happening in September in Lyon. Make sure you are there to watch. If you're there in person, we will hope to celebrate with you and to have no voices when we're done, because we're all going to be screaming and losing our minds. Thank you. That wraps up the competition. The next time we'll see you is at Globals. So until then, we love you. Keep yourself safe. And we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.
life into my place, earned everything that I claim. Nothing ever could replace me. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose and find the go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it. No, I get it, they love my whole steady. Fake ops don't listen, told you